Everybody, I'll call the meeting to order and open it officially. Welcome to the first meeting of the new Finance and Performance Committee of the Whole, where we will meet to discuss matters financial on behalf of the Council. I'm going to call for apologies first of all. Tim.
If I've got to go at lunchtime, so I do apologise.
Okay, apology for early departure. Do I have a mover to accept that? Moved Jamie, seconded Mike. I'll put that motion. All in favour say aye. Aye. Against, that's carried. Thank you. Any declarations of interest to note? None noted. Confirmation of the previous minutes. This is of the previous Finance and Performance Committee back in December. I've checked those minutes. I'm happy with those. I'm happy to move that we accept them. Seconded Mike. I'll put that motion. All in favour say aye. Aye. Against, that's carried. We have no public forum. We do have a deputation who is not here yet, so I'm just going to put that on hold for a second. We have no presentation of petitions. So I'm just going to do a very quick introduction, just a brief explanation of what this committee is about and some of the standing items that we are going to consider on a monthly basis that may not be appearing before us today. So the whole point of this committee really is to improve transparency, understanding and information for the public, but also for councillors as well. And to do that, we've decided to bring all the financial information and performance information about the council into one committee, so one that we can build expertise and knowledge, and two, that actually it's all considered in the same place, whereas up until now we've had reports that come through various committees to the council, and not all the councillors get to see or hear the information and the debate, and the public doesn't, because a lot of those meetings are not live streamed. So hopefully this will become an archive and a record for the public, so they can go and look at stuff as well as look at the reports that were considered at any particular meeting. So hopefully that will work. In terms of the structure of this meeting, it will be around some standing items where we consider particular items every month. Some of those won't appear every month. But just to give you a sense of what they are, essentially we'll be looking at the overall capital programme. So the capital programme is the spend on maintenance and facilities, but particularly new capital projects, which do suck up a huge amount of our budget, over $500 million a year. We want to have good oversight over that, good understanding from the initial budget to approval, to execution and to finish, and then be able to look at those projects once they've been finished. We'll be looking at the current performance of the council in terms of the operating expenditure and the levels of service, which is the outcomes that we're looking for on behalf of the public, and therefore an analysis of the value of the spend that the council is undertaking. We'll also be looking at strategic analysis of how the council delivers its services, and that's something that staff will be bringing to council next time around the reviews of the delivery of systems around Three Waters, around our parks and gardens and footpaths and other areas of core services. We'll be looking at the long-term plan and annual plan processes to make sure that they're ticking along. We'll have regular finance reports around treasury, which is how we manage our borrowing and investments, how we manage our debts, and other receivables. Every month we will have what we call closeout reports. These have been coming to the Finance Committee over the last 6 months, looking at how projects have ended up, examining their budget, examining what went wrong, examining the use of contingencies, and how the projects finished up, and what learnings came out of those projects. We'll have regular contract approvals, which really is just, approvals for stuff we're spending money on, which have not already been pre-approved or delegated. We will have regular reporting from our CCOs, which are our council-controlled organisations, such as Christchurch NZ, our CCTOs, which are our trading organisations, which are mostly supervised through CCHL. We have regular reports on their performance, but also their statements of intent and letters of expectation. We will also look at Crown matters such as the cost share agreement, global settlement, and some of the major projects that we're engaged in with the Crown. Insurance matters, we're really trying to improve the transparency and understanding of how we do our insurance and what is insured, and there's some papers on the agenda today that we'll look at. And also trying to improve the information that we provide to the public. So we're working on a new web page to go on the council page where we will upload reports from each meeting, the closeout reports, so that will become an archive for the public to go back and look at. So that's generally how we're going to structure the meeting. In terms of today and what's not on the agenda around those items, in terms of the long-term plan and annual plan, the Audit and Risk Committee met last week on the 1st of February to review the draft annual plan processes and sign off the checklist. That has been completed. The draft annual plan is coming to Council next Tuesday for approval to go out for consultation. So that process is well underway and under control. In terms of closeout reports, we don't have any closeout reports for this meeting, but we will be providing a list to staff for ongoing meetings at the end of the day. No CCO or CCTO reports are available for this meeting. In terms of Crown matters, the global settlement process is progressing. There's nothing to report on that. And in terms of the information, the website is underway, and hopefully that will be with us within the next week, we hope.
Can you get Katie?
Yes, okay,
Yes.
excellent. Okay, so that's where we are in terms of the committee. We have, and it's also, I mean, the goal of this, it is a work in progress, and it's something that we do hope to improve as we go along. So all feedback will be gladly received from any quarter, so don't be shy in sending that to me. In terms of today, we have a deputation on item 16, Central City Activation. David Lynch, please come to the table.
I do have a hard copy of what I'm going to present.
Thank you.
So.
Someone will come and pass that round. Hi David, you've been here before, so you know the drill.
Thank you very
you've got
much.
10 minutes, including any questions.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to councillors, Madam Mayor, for this opportunity of being here today. I became aware of this report quite late. And as you know, I'm someone that has been involved professionally in a number of deputations since the earthquake, making various observations, all with the, I guess, the end objective of making sure that as we move forward with recovery, we're doing things right. So, look, I've got some concerns about this report. This deputation before you now is, I guess, an initial view I've taken in consultation with some people. And so I would say that I apologise if there's any typos for a start. And if in fact some of the assumptions I've made aren't necessarily accurate, I apologise in advance for that as well. So getting started, I think it would be fair to say that we all want an accessible, vibrant, thriving central city that welcomes visitors, embraces residents, and so there's no argument that we must create a place where people want to live, play, explore, visit, set up business, hold conferences, attend major sporting events and concerts, as some of you did recently. From my initial review and in discussions with others, it would not be unreasonable to conclude that the proposed Central City Activations Events Attraction Package is somewhat of a knee-jerk reaction and ad hoc. I have spoken to a prominent inner-city property owner who asked not to be identified. He is passionate about the city moving forward, hospitality and retail, and he's disappointed that he wasn't aware of this today. It strikes me, and I say this with the greatest respect, that the authors might not understand or could be in denial over the actual realities of the impediments confronting the bars and restaurants in the city. And I say that with the greatest respect without wanting to offend anybody. I agree with the New Zealand Council report of the 7th of August, which I'm sure you have all been circulated by council staff. What's stopping residential development in the CBD? And in their view, there are a number of opportunities to entice residents and visitors back into the central city, and they're listed there. Free car parking, improved transport, completion of the anchor projects, a clear strategic vision for the central city, and incentives such as rate release, etc. Some of these things are familiar to you. While there are several, they say, potential solutions that were unearthed in the report, it argues ultimately most of these are tweaking at the fringes and won't structurally change the current market dynamics that are correct, and there's no silver bullet. The report suggests that the key focus should be on growing the end-user base demand for the CBD, residential properties by promoting Christchurch as a South Island lifestyle, business, events and education hub. In my opinion, until we, and when I say we, the council and everyone involved in supporting the council, have a clear strategic vision for the central city and beyond, and develop a focused and cohesive marketing campaign, tweaking at the fringes is simply a waste of time. Concerns. I'm astonished to find that the CCC event strategy that staff still believe the continuation of food markets in Cathedral Square on Friday nights is helping the very businesses that this report is focused on assisting. And again, I say that with the greatest respect to those guys that are in there, but the realities are this is in direct competition to an already, as I describe, hypo-competitive market of restaurants, bars and food courts that have made a major financial commitment to the CBD, and I question the judgment as to why staff perceive the need to increase, in my view, unnecessary competition. Every souvlaki that's sold on the Friday night in the square is a souvlaki that isn't sold by someone that's made a commitment to a retail store permanently. I hope that's clear. So where is the hard data in this report that identifies some of the basics, remembering that you as elected members have to be fully informed before you commit any dollars moving forward? And I'm not saying the overall, I guess, objectives of what people are trying to do is wrong, but I'm questioning how robust this has been thought through. For example, the market segments, demographics, income groups, central city, suburban restaurants, tourist business visitors, there seems to be no information. The problem of quantifying actually what is the problem and where's the return on investment. What's happened to Explore? Launched recently, and we were told it was going to be the CBD economic activator through the winter months and profile the city globally. What's happened there? And I'm concerned that Christchurch NZ has this campaign running, and we don't seem to know how successful it has or hasn't been. Where is the marketing data explaining why there is now a requirement and justification for this consideration before you today? Why is this report, why does it not include a CBD representative? As it stands, it says there's a delegated authority of council staff in Christchurch NZ, but there's no business representative other than an indication of some level of engagement. As reported in the press, Joanna Norris said the central city has experienced good retail growth for December, but spending was expected to soften in winter, so it was important to increase the profile of the central city during this period, locally and nationally. I'd respectfully suggest there's no point in pursuing an ad hoc campaign to capture customers that simply aren't there, or they've already purchased a bus ticket and they've gone somewhere else. I don't think the writers of this report actually understand some of the fundamentals. So in conclusion, councillors, I fully appreciate the intention of everyone involved in this report. I apologise if some are upset, but I suggest it's time to let this lie on the table, go away and do a little bit of work. I'm available. I'll bring some people to the table confidentially and we can have a chat, and maybe the end outcome can be far better than I believe you're currently going to get if you approve this today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, David, for your deputation and your offer of help, which I'm sure will be gratefully received. Are there any questions from the councillors? No? Okay, well, thanks very much for coming in. We'll consider the report later. Okay, we are moving on to item 8, Christchurch Town Hall monthly update. John, Project Director, thank you very much for coming in. So I'll turn this over to you and you can just give us a quick update.
Sure. I'll just summarise the report. It's in terms of works on site, it's reasonably frantic, but we're on track. We're obviously not far away, you'll all know, which is getting really exciting. There's no change in terms of dates relating to section 1 of the works, so we're all still on track there. In terms of the financial situation, the latest report is currently being pulled together, but as it stands, we remain within the total budget allowance, which was up to 167.2. In terms of the resolution relating to the savings required across the capital programme, I haven't had a chance to speak to the finance manager last week, but as it stood, we were in the process of putting that report together for this committee. So that's where things currently stand.
Mm-hmm. And that report will come to this committee when?
I'd have to confirm that with Michael, but I'd imagine it would be next time around, Mary.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. So, in terms of the schedule for opening the various areas of the town hall, you're still comfortable with that programme?
Yes.
Yeah. And in terms of the contractor, how are things going with them?
Really well, actually. They are focusing in all the right areas. We're seeing a significant amount of resource on site, as you'd expect. And so as it stands, we're working really positively with them.
Okay. So the public opening is on schedule for Saturday the 23rd of February?
23rd and 24th, yep.
Okay, good stuff. Okay. Any questions from the councillors? Jimmy?
Regarding the paper 5.1, I'm not sure what they mean. Total estimate final project cost remainder 167.2 million. So there's no change.
The
original budget.
There's no change to the budget.
Yeah.
Our estimated final project cost does move around during the period, but it remains within the 167.2.
How about the increase up to the $50 million? That's within the budget additional.
That was the 167. So we increased it from 152 to 167.
Okay, already.
Yeah. So the budget is within that allowance. Yeah.
The second question is regarding to the 3rd of December last year, regarding the council decision bullet point 3, whether council at moment have any, because there's no impact on rates, so whether what and where all those key kind of the existing capital program or project have to reprioritize already in considering this increase up to the $50 million.
Sorry, what's
reprioritize those what kind of the key capital program or project has been reprioritized? Where we can
so that'll be the subject of a report that will come to the next meeting of this committee.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Any other questions? Pauline.
Might not be able to answer it, but we did approve up to 15 million. Are you confident, A, that that's enough, and B, possibly we might not need that full 15 million? The whole project will finish in August.
That's currently where we expect to be heading, yeah, in terms of timing. All I can confirm at the moment is that we're within that number. That is our projected final project cost. So we are estimating to remain within that number at the moment, but the number itself remains subject to ongoing negotiations with the contractor. So I wouldn't like to say any more at this stage.
Okay, thank you. Worth a shot.
Okay, if there's no further questions, thanks very much, John. And back to work. Okay, item 9. The major facilities. Ah, my God. Okay, yes, we do. So, moved Sarah. Seconded Pauline. I'll put the motion to receive the report. All in favour say aye. Aye. Against? That's carried. Thank you. Well spotted, Samantha. Okay, so item 9. So this is the major facilities update. Obviously, we've just heard about the town hall. Mark, so I don't know if you've got anything to add to that?
No, nothing really to add. Firstly, just apologies from Alistair. He's away on leave today, so you'll just have to make do with me.
That's fine. The Metro Sports, would you like to update us on that? That's looking at Q3 21. Is that a firm date?
They're still Otakaro is still negotiating with a preferred contractor, so we're waiting for confirmation of the contractor and the actual completion date. So,
and any idea when we'll get that?
They're hoping to get a contractor appointed in March, so underway in March. So I would imagine it'll be later this month, early next month.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Any questions from councillors on these facilities? Yanni.
Yeah, thank you. Just the Metro Sports facility, just in terms of tidying up the site, you know, we've spent a lot of effort trying to work with private landowners in the central city to have tidy sites. So things like the weed, is there a program that we've got in place, or can we get a program in place just to keep it in a, you know, fairly reasonable condition? Because I just note that it seems to attract a lot of litter around the edge. It seems to have lots of weeds growing, and I'm just not quite sure how we're dealing with that. So.
Through you, Mr. Chair, Otakaro are responsible for that, and they do have a program for spraying the weeds and keeping those in control, but I'll mention that to them. I'm meeting with them on Monday, so I can pass it on.
Yeah, okay. I think that would be good. I was just going to check, what's happening with the Performing Arts Precinct?
So Performing Arts Precinct will have, as it says in the report there will be a report coming in March that will set out the detailing the feasibility study. So I can't give you any more than that, but there'll be more information in March.
Is there any work happening around the car parking? I see that Otakaro have just made another announcement quite close to the site, and yeah, the car parking, is that going to be part of this report coming back to us in March?
I think it will be, yes. Yep.
Okay. And we don't have any sort of target completion date?
Not at the moment, no.
Okay, thank you. And just the final question was in regards to Lancaster Park, the deconstruction and demolition. And I just want to commend staff. I think you've done an excellent job on that particular project. Just in terms of using any of the material in terms of future use, have you made any contingency? We still don't know what we're going to do for the future use of that site. I think we're going to turn it into some sort of sports and rec, but we haven't got the details. How are you looking at any sort of contingency with the existing demolition for stuff that may be utilised in what we do there going forward?
Well, as it says in the report, the concrete waste is actually going to Littleton as part of the project. So it'll be part of the reclaim site at Littleton.
Is there any opportunity to use some of the material on the site to remediate the land on site for future sports and rec use?
Most of it will be concrete waste that will be going away, and then they'll be levelling off the site. Right. So not a great deal of opportunity for using that on site, I wouldn't have thought.
Okay. It's just I thought it had stone columns underneath it when it was built, so I would have thought putting some fill down would be quite beneficial where you didn't have those stone columns?
I can talk to the project director,
Yeah,
but I don't believe there would be.
Right.
Vicky?
Thanks. The Metro Sports Facility, which I understand the groundworks are happening, but are we clear that there is sufficient money from the government to then go straight into the work?
I believe there is, yes. Yeah.
You believe, or...?
Yeah, I don't know if Mary wants to comment
I don't like faith-based answers.
Final figure on that is yet, but our understanding is that the commitment is from the Crown to actually cover the cost. The risk is with them.
Yes,
if there's any requirement to rescope the project, you'll remember you have a resolution that has to come back to council for that discussion, and we've been very clear with Otata about that as well.
Yeah, I completely understand that the extra funding sits with them, but I'm just not clear that it's there.
Our understanding is at the moment that it is. We haven't heard differently at the moment.
Right, so we expect once the groundworks are done to go straight into the bill?
If they, as Mark said, have secured the
That's
contract.
my understanding at the moment. Yeah.
Right.
I haven't heard anything different when I've been meeting with them.
Okay. Have you got that in writing?
No.
Pauline?
Thank you. I think it's page 27, just on the Linwood Pool and around the geotechnical investigations, and it does confirm that ground improvement will be required, and there's further additional data. Are we confident that we have enough in the budget for this ground remediation and what we have, 22 million?
They will be working through that, and the actual second part there where they were talking about further investigations, that has been completed, and they're waiting for results next week on that, and that will help to just firm that up, but they're well aware that they have a limited budget, so whatever's required for the geotech has to fit in with the total budget, and if they need to cut their cloth, they're going to have to do that, because they, as I say, they know they've got to come within the budget that's set.
So there is a bit of a risk that the geotech report work may be greater than anticipated originally when we looked at the site.
Until they get those results, we won't really know.
We've done the geotech report on the site before we selected that site, so that we could have budgeted for it in the budget rather than potentially having to go back and relook at the budget now or change the scope, which the community doesn't want that scope change.
Normally you wouldn't do that. It's just that it's a huge amount of cost in actually doing the geotechnical work. If you did that on every site before you picked the site, it would be a lot of additional cost that would be involved in it.
Pluck a figure out of the year and what we thought the site remediation might be.
That is normally what you would do with an estimate. Yeah, you do. Often you'll do preliminary work and then make allowances. Yeah.
All right. Watch the space so you know next week.
Yep. The results will come back, and then they'll work through the cost, how that fits in with the total overall cost of the project.
Thank you.
Phil?
Thank you, Mark. I just want to ask you about the old municipal chambers. It's on our page 28. So just that current objective to preserve the building and what is currently being addressed, what's called critical interim repairs to stop degradation. I just want to check, are we as council checking our heritage buildings, which we haven't been able to complete, are we checking them regularly enough to ensure, in fact, that there's not degradation?
Yes, I understand we are. Yep. Yep. We do have a program of monitoring the existing buildings.
So I'm just really wondering, though, what this sounds quite critical, as it says, how it's got to this state, accepting that we are checking it regularly.
I can't comment on what they've done in the past. I know that they do have a program underway at the moment to check it and make sure it doesn't get any worse. Yeah.
Thanks, Mark.
Dion?
Yeah, thanks. So I've got a couple of questions around the papers that we've got here. I think they're really good. So it's nice to have these, one pages where we can get a good overview. One of the things that I was going to ask is around you've got current updates, but you don't really sound out any of the risks specifically. So I mean, you know, something that I'd be really keen to see is what are the risks, and like what was mentioned just before, you know, with ground remediation could potentially be a risk. I don't seem to sort of see that straight away in these, which would be nice to sort of have. The other one is around the budgets for each of these projects. So where does the budget, the project cost, you know, in the blue box, where does that come from?
That would be out of the LTP, yeah. So it's the actual approved budget that actually sits for each of the projects.
So that comes out of the LTP, and that's, but when we look at the town hall one, it's 167.2.
Yep.
Is that the current, that's not the current LTP budget though? That's
the current, that has been approved after the December meeting when you approved the additional funding of the 15 million.
Yeah, I mean the only thing is that I'm saying here is that when I look at this and you know we get presented and saying it's going to be on budget.
Yep.
Well, it's actually not on budget. It's on a revised budget, and I'd like to sort of have an idea of what the project creep of these budgets are, so we actually get an idea about that sort of stuff, I think. And one of the examples that I've got here is the turf example, the turf replacement, which is on page 26. The project budget's 1.5, but if we go to page 61 of our report in another paper, it's actually saying that the budget's now 1.61 million. So there's a $115,000 difference there, but that's not been accurately reflected in the elected members update for this. So I just want to make sure that when we get data, we're seeing exactly what we're seeing, and so we don't have to sort of dig through all of these pieces of paper, so that we're actually getting an accurate reflection. Is that?
Yep, I'll take that
going
to
to
Alistair.
happen?
Yep.
Good. Glenn?
Thanks, Rick. Thank you, Mark. When we worked together on Toyota QE2, I felt that was a success, and I felt a lot of it was based on consistent dialogue with the community board. It was a good, courteous and robust relationship. Obviously, when we look at some of these big projects, Metro Sports, it's 10 times the project cost kind of quantum. The MUA has another complexity, Crown Council in there. So my question is around lessons learned. Now, obviously, Toyota QE2 kind of pales in significance to some of these big spends, but there's got to be some underlying principles and lessons learned from other projects. How much work has been done on the lessons learned, so that when it comes to this, we're hitting the ground running, whether it's over procurement or contingency, cost blowout, inflation, etc.
We haven't done a lessons learned yet for the projects, but obviously that is part of the process, that we will do a lessons learned. So for Metro Sport and for the arena when we do get underway, bearing in mind that we're just doing the investment case at the moment. But part of the process now is that we do a lessons learned for each project.
So can I just clarify that, is that each of the projects, when we finish, we do a closeout report, and they will be coming to this meeting, though the lessons learnt from those closeout reports are then applied to each current project. So the lessons learnt from QE2 have been applied to the current projects, as with other things. So
we've had a closeout report on QE2. We got at the end of last year.
The closeout report's already been to a committee, but it could come.
We have had closeout reports for QE2.
Yeah.
But if you'd like to see it as a historical...
And it is on the hub, and it will be public once we get the new web link up.
It'll be good. There must be some underlying principles we can adopt.
Yeah, absolutely. And then I think especially for the Linwood pool will be probably more helpful.
Okay.
I can say just on the Linwood pool, I'm working very closely with the project director, just passing on the lessons learned from QE2. So.
Good. That's what we want to see.
Yeah.
Good. Aaron?
Yeah, mine was just a follow-on question around the blue boxes, because when you look at these, if you had been an expat that's moved back to town, you would assume everything's on time and on budget, because that's what these reports say. But it would be good, following on from Dion's point, that if we had original timelines and original budgets in these, even though that will hurt sometimes to write it down, but they can have a footnote to why they may have changed, like the timelines had moved out or the budgets had moved out, but just as part of like transparency. And of course these become a record for future generations to look back and go, what happened in 2010? Why did that take so long? Where did the wheels fall off? What were the wins? And so on and so forth. So it would be good to have those in here, because they are questions the public constantly asks. Why is it taking so long? Why does it cost so much?
Yep, absolutely.
So if we could add that somehow, would be most appreciated.
Yep. Jimmy?
Thank you. Yeah. One question. I reviewed the master schedule of all those major facilities. Especially I compare with the nature sports, the facility, and also the New Southwest Nature Center, the master schedule. Some of them is a difference. So I just want to know, for instance, like on page 21, regarding to the nature sports facility, the term is design in early works, and also the kind of tender and the construction. I reviewed that's quite reasonable. But I reviewed on page 25 regarding to the Hornby one, the new Leisure Southwest Leisure Center one. They have no kind of tender and the construction, direct construction. So whether there is not necessary go through the tender process or not. The other one I'm concerned regarding to the this schedule, because metro sports more complicated construction. So they're construction for 3.5 years. But the Hornby one still need a planning and construction for 3.5 years. So it's possible to bring forward if all the milestones is smoothly bring forward, the kind of the completion date will be early. This is my two questions.
Sorry, just if I can, so the two questions you want to know on the Hornby Centre,
yes,
was the tender when...
No tender, just directly to construction.
Yep. That will be part of the design process there. I can get them to amend that and put the tender date on that, but there will be a tender process obviously before they get into construction.
But how about early works? Because the complicated metro sport facility you have designed in early works, but this one no early works. It's possible early works.
We don't know.
Now, the difference there, I guess, is
Taiopa is the same.
With Hornby, they've got to go through that process, as it says in the report. Therefore, the Reserves Act and the management plan. So till they get that, they can't actually confirm it. So we can't start doing early works until those changes are confirmed.
Yeah, but based on the planning, we should be, it's possible.
Yeah. I think, Jimmy, you need to wait till the reserve classification's done, then they can have a more firm timetable, but they roughly know when it will be finished. Yeah.
Okay.
And you can't start the early works presupposing that you're going to get a decision that approves
yes, that's true. We'd be in trouble.
Not really early work, just planning.
Yes. They will do it as quickly as they can.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Yanni.
I just wanted to look at the project around the stadium turf renewal.
Yep.
I was quite interested that we didn't seem to get any report to us as a council on agreeing to that. Can you just kind of help me understand, like why?
I'd have to go to Mary, but I imagine that was within delegated authorities. Yeah.
So this idea that we've got major projects that we don't see the scope, the parameters, we just have a line item in the LTP, and that's what gives it the green light, basically.
Yanni, I don't think that's a question for Mark. He's reporting on the project. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so I just wanted to chat with the major project. It seems to me that it'd be good to have a link back to the original report, so a bit like the point that the others have made, where they've said, you know, we need to know what the original timeframe and budget was. I think having a link to the original resolution of council to agree to it, so we can read the scope and the background information, and I think it'd be useful for community as well to be able to see that. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Mark, just on the turf thing and thinking about the multi-use arena, has there been any work, and it's not mentioned in the report, any work around the turf aspect and whether there is an opportunity to look at synthetic turf or what the latest technology is around the turf?
With the arena, we have a turf expert.
Right.
It was the turf expert they used on Forsyth Bar. So he is the world's expert in growing turf inside, seeing it's the only facility that currently does that. So we are using his expertise and looking at the opportunities for using artificial turf. The problem with that is it's good for concerts and that sort of thing, but not for sport. There are requirements for rugby that won't allow that, but we are just checking that what we can do, and also in overlays for concerts and that, just to avoid damage to the existing grass.
But there are some, I know there's some English rugby premier teams playing on artificial grass.
There are.
Saracens, yeah.
Yeah, so we are looking at it, but currently at the moment it won't be artificial, is their recommendation. Yeah.
Okay. Right. There's no further questions? Oh, Jamie.
Thanks. Just a quick one on the old municipal chambers. I see that we're going through a planning phase, but I'm just wondering if staff are open to looking at, unorthodox is probably the wrong word, but alternative ownership models perhaps as part of that, just a way that we could get the outcome and potentially reduce our capital expenditure and potentially even operational expenditure after it's complete. So are we open to being creative around that really through this phase?
My understanding is there's a report coming to the Social Community Development Committee in March, and that'll cover the EOIs that they've received and just giving an options report for the next steps. So part of that could be looking at other options.
Excellent, thank you.
Good. Okay, well thank you very much, Mark. That was very useful and some good feedback on how to update the report as well, which the CFO has noted. Right, so we have a resolution to receive the information in the report. Do I have a mover to receive?
Do you want to add to that? Well, I mean, I'll be happy to move it with an amendment, which is noting the additional reporting requirements requested by the councillors.
Yeah,
by the council. Yeah.
I'm happy for that. Can you add that in? And as I said, this is, is a work in progress, so all feedback is gratefully received.
Requested by the council.
Yes. Maybe just say note rather than noting.
Yeah.
Lovely. Okay. So moved Sarah, seconded Leanne. I'll put that motion. All in favour say aye. Aye. Against. That's carried. Thank you very much, Mark. Okay, item 10. Capital Programme Performance Report, presented by Dave. Thank you, Dave. This is a new report for us.
Good morning. Yes, we've done a bit of work, combination between PMO, the finance, across to try and pull what we felt was a governance level report. I noted some of your comments earlier that there might be a bit more, too much detail in it, but I thought what I'd do is go through the highlight, but we'd welcome any feedback about the good, the bad and the ugly, what you would like to see in future and whatever. So I I think it's really important you recognise probably our capital program as one of the most complex, I would say, in the country, because we're covering facilities, we're covering infrastructure, we're covering roading. It interfaces with a huge number of ratepayers. So if you have a look there, we've got 15 different teams, we've got 22 different programs sitting in there. We are running 982 projects at the time that this was written. That changes every day as we pull stuff down from program level. We've got a budget of $571 million. If you put that in there, we're spending over $2 million a day to deliver this capital program. So it is a pretty good and complex program. At the moment, we're forecasting $484.7 million, and we're forecasting about 85% delivery on budget and on time. You've got to recognise that some of the things that we aren't going to be deliver are payments only, and we've raised a few in there, examples of that around things like the bus interchange, which is just a payment which we've put back. And so there are some of those major capital purchases that sit within this program because it's an all-inclusive program and it covers IT. If you have a look, we've also got issues in there around the Metro Sports, the timing of that, the programming of that, Performing Arts Precinct. We have spent 203 in the first quarter against a budget of 222, so that's 91%. I think if you have a look at the graph that we've put on the top there, it does show you where we're tracking to forecast against budget. You also see last year, and if you go back to the year following previous year, we always have a steep climb in the second half of the year as more projects come into the market, as we do. And so we do expect a very similar kind of trend. That trend comes year in, year out. We also have put out our forecasts. You can appreciate a lot of these projects are multi-year, and the town hall is a really good example. You know, $1 million might not come in this month, but it'll come in next month. It's purely a timing of exactly when those operations happen and when the contractor claims. So some of the things when we are $1 million underspent on a big project like that, it's not actually, it's a timing issue rather than a project being delayed and anything like that. Turn over the page. The next one, we've just given you an idea of where we are with forecasts and where our spend is to date and where the two lines potentially could meet. We are doing a lot of work to try and make sure that we've got as maximum number of projects to the market as we can, and we are continuing with our proof of program, proof of forecast with all our delivery teams, and that's run by a specialist little team out of the PMO, out of the Project Management Office. Over on to the next page, we have given you an idea of bringbacks and carry forwards. I think you're pretty aware of some of these projects that have been accelerated when we can. Some projects, because of land purchase, a variety get pulled back. So if you have a look, the net position is 74 million or 74.6 million. And what we've given you at the top there is a bring back value and a carry by various departments. Bring back obviously is bring back from future years so that the project is proceeding ahead of it. Carry forward is where that project hasn't proceeded and we are carrying it forward. And a good example would be, you know, Martians Road, where we're still going through land purchase. Another good example would be Horswell Road, Junction Road, where we're still in negotiations with the details of how we get across the railway lines, and we need to work our way through those. So there's a lot of examples why things get brought back. Good example of a bring back would be Littleton, where we are able, we've got all the consents going, and we are able to proceed with the Littleton wastewater project, and that's an example of a bring back. We will proceed because we've got all the goes and it's going very well. I have got a list there, and we've given you a list of the significant spring back, and you can see Littleton wastewater is the top one up there. It's the biggest dollars. And have a look at some of the other ones. I've talked about Horswell Junction Road, why it's gone out. The Performing Arts Precinct, I think you know pretty much why we've put some of that out. But that gives you an idea of the significant carry forwards. Mr. Chairman, we then give you a detail of the different profiles, but I wasn't going to work through those. I think maybe from this point open it out two questions. Does that sound all right?
Yeah, no, that's really useful. I think especially explaining, what a carry forward is, which is basically a timing issue. The project hasn't yet been done or can't be done for whatever reason, and also the carry forwards when you want to accelerate a project. The page 36 information is useful. What would also be useful there is actually if you somehow, maybe we can do this online, just have a link or something explaining why it's being carried forward or brought back, because ultimately that's kind of the question that people ask. And this really is a detailed explanation of what we see in the next report, which is the normal finance report, which has OPEX and CAPEX, and this actually is showing the individual projects and some explanation as to why they are carried forward or brought back would just, make life a lot easier and just save questions, because you obviously know why that's happening. One question in terms of the forecasting, I see on page 34, so you're forecasting 484 million, or the project managers are. The finance team is projecting 430. Can you explain the different approaches from, say, the finance team who have to fund this stuff and the project managers who are trying to get it done?
Actually comes from the PMO office, and I historically think the PMO office has been, I suppose, are my black hat thinkers, and my my project managers are my green hat thinkers, I suppose. And so the two will meet, as you can see on that page. The two lines will will slowly join at some point in time. Historically, the trend. I believe that I believe that the 430 is lower. If you have a look at traditional expenditure, is a pretty pessimistic view. But as you can see, historically the trend on forecast has slowly dropped off. So my understanding, I've got my PMO office working with the project managers to deliver the maximum of those projects we can, making sure that all the programs are dropped to project level, they're all out in groups and proof of program. So I believe while that's what the PMO's saying, I think that the truth will be somewhere between those two figures. And I'm hoping more at the 480.
Yeah, it usually is somewhere in between. So just to clarify that, obviously the project managers are always confident they're going to deliver a project on time. The PMO or the finance team are a little bit more sceptical, citing what has happened in the past. So they tend to predict lower delivery outcomes, which then they have to fund. So there's that balance.
And that's part of the reason I actually encourage the PMO to go pessimistically, so that they can get proof of program from the project managers, basically. So they are the challengers. They're saying, well, this hasn't gone to market, or look, if you have a look at the last 5 months of expenditure, you are predicting 1.5 million, you're only spending 1 million. Why do you think it's going? And so they are the kind of, like I say, the black hat thinkers are the ones that challenge it, and I think that reflects in their forecast.
Because I think from the public perspective, obviously needing to know how much something is going to cost, but very often when it's going to finish. Often if you give people information that the project is going to take so long, they can live with it. What they struggle with is when stuff gets shifted out. Yeah. Dion?
Yeah, I just have a excuse me. I just have a question around the budget line on these graphs that you've got, and I just wanted to understand the relationship between those and the council one, or the all of council budget line, and then the individual budget lines, let's say transport forward view, and how they're going up. But it doesn't seem the all of council line is going up in terms of the budget.
Not sure whether, Richard, you're able to answer those two jumps, but I would assume that some of it will be related to, we get approval from NZTA, and so in actual fact we get the income coming in, so that enables a project to go ahead. Sometimes we'll bring back a project, and I presume both those stumps probably relate to cycleways, but I'm not quite sure. Lynette, are you able to?
Well, sorry, the point that I'm trying to ask and get some clarification around is that on page 34 we've got an all of council all of CCC Forward View, which has a budget of, goes up once, there's only one jump to, just under $600 million. But let's just go, and I'm only using 34 as an example, which is the transport bit, which in August it jumps again, and then in October it jumps again by another $20 million, but the all of CCC doesn't jump by $20 million. So I'm just trying to understand.
I'm sorry, I have to go away and have a look at the detail of the...
I can answer that. So Dion, the top line you're referring to is the annual fixed budget, so that's not going to move. What the lines below are is actually what is happening, and what is the forecast.
I'm meaning about the budget, so the budget on the other lines as well. So I understand the relationship between forecast and actual spend, but I'm talking about the actual budget that's set. So I would have thought if there was a relationship between the budget and different parts of the organisation, the overall budget would change as well.
No, that's what they're reporting against. What the blue line is actually just showing where the actual spend is.
I'll deal with this offline. I don't think you're getting what I'm trying to say. But the other thing is around I'm talking about the green lines in all of the reports, and you've got the green line, which is the budget that's in the council, which is all of council, and that goes up once, but then you've got other parts in the different budgets, and again,
leave it with me and I'll come back and answer. It's an answer that I'm going to have to get between the budget. My understanding, the budget transfers from SAP every night, so I'll just have to see how those budgets and just how those budget lines.
And then the other question which leads me on to that is actually when you do get changes in budget, like that, could we get an explanation about what that budget change is?
That it? Okay, next up, Phil.
Thanks, Dave. Can I just ask you a question similar to what I asked Mark? Because I think on our page 36, when the line, and it's a line for the Robert McDougall Gallery, around weather tightness, and like that one is in the line of works carried forward. And I just would have thought that, in fact, weather tightness we should be doing as soon as possible. And I guess that's a bigger question too around that piece of work. But I'm just concerned that some things which might be critical, in fact, go into the carry forward part.
And look, I'm sorry, I'm not over the detail, and I don't know if Mary is, but I do notice that the Robert McDougall's got all the security fences up, so I thought the work was proceeding already, because it's certainly locked away for people can't get into it, which I imagine it's happening. I'm not sure whether it's not.
I'm not sure.
No.
It's not safe.
Sorry?
Because it's not safe. It's an earthquake damage. It's not safe to go into.
Yeah, it's, the new fences have only just gone back up, because I know that I used to go up there and there's a couple of statues there and you could get up to them, but you can't now because of the security fences.
Perhaps, Dave, we could get that information later. Yep. That'd be good. My other question, Dave, was just in terms of the, I guess, the projected amount that we would spend, or the planned amount, that in the area for other, that aggregation, in fact, what's planned to be spent is a much lower percentage of the budget, like just 61%, and quite a lot of money, although it's on budget, would look like we're not going to spend. Can you? I'm just wondering, is there not a way that, in fact, we can fine-tune that more closely?
I think you've got to be really careful, because there are different scales up the side of it, and so there's sort of they're less significant in dollar terms. Don't get me wrong, we still want to deliver if we've made the allowance for that amount there. If you have a look, it covers a wide range of kind of projects that for various reasons are proceeding and not proceeding. I've got 80 projects. Principally IT, civil defence, digital channel, regulatory compliance strategy. I'm not sure, Anne, whether you're able to add any detail on any of that. I did have Paragon up here, but it's closed.
Just what page is it?
On page 43.
Sorry, what was the question?
So the question really is, because we're just forecasting to deliver a relatively, not a high percentage, 61% of the planned budget, is there not a way we could fine-tune it So in fact, we either put less on budget or deliver more.
Are you talking about the facilities property planning other category?
Yeah.
So the
whole other category.
Yeah, so the big impact in there, the reason why the vast majority of that money is around the strategic land acquisition budgets. So that's what's driving down it looking like it's not delivering well in terms of a number of projects. This is all a timing issue. So strategic land acquisitions relate to capital project budget that's been put on budget through the long-term plan where land needs to be bought in the future. So sometimes what happens is it's put on budget a couple of years ago and it's discussed with the business unit, so it could be Three Waters might need some land for some stormwater or land drainage and we kind of predict actually that we're probably going to need it in maybe year 2 of the LTP. What happens though is as those projects start getting detailed up and planned, actually the land might not need to be bought until a year later or if at all. So we've got $18 million worth, which is driving the 61% delivery. We've got $18 million worth of strategic land acquisition that is not going to occur this year. That money gets carried forward and it looks like the budget isn't delivering. Does that make sense?
I can understand that example. For example, the other example though of IT, it just would seem to be more straightforward than...
So IT is delivering. IT is delivering very well to budget, so actually it's well on track for this time of the year and we are forecasting there might be some carry forward. Again, timing because of the scale of the projects, but actually I wouldn't be concerned about IT.
Okay.
The IT investment's delivering and tracking to budget.
It's more because of the aggregation of
it's the aggregation and it's challenging because you've got IT, you've got other facilities, property and planning, capital projects. The vast majority of that is actually around strategic land acquisition, which is driven by when that land is required for purchase. Yeah.
Thanks, Ian.
Thank you, Pauline.
You have a look at the detail. A lot of the strategic land, some of them are under contract, but the contracts don't settle out till following years. And when we do need them, some of them are related to some rephasing of projects, so that they're now gone out a number of years. So, as Anne says, that's the biggest underspend in that kind of area, and it's a timing issue. Some of them that, yeah.
Thanks. I think we can see this is one hell of a balancing act, isn't it? Look, my question's on page 60 around the Christchurch wastewater treatment plant, and that's been delayed, so carry forward of funds of 2.2 million. Now, it says earthquake repairs, and then it also says due to a later than planned construction date for stage 2 laboratory building. Can you tell us a bit more about that?
Yeah, what we've got is a capital program that has, we've got a program related to the wastewater treatment plant, and you will, I'm not sure when you were last down there, we should actually take council down there because...
leave us there.
Sorry, leave you there? Yeah. Even when you build the new stadium, the wastewater treatment plant is your biggest asset by a long shot. To replace it, it would cost you 3 to 4 times the amount that a new stadium will cost. So it's your largest. The earthquake damage was set up as a program. It was done as a big insurance program and it's been broken down. One of the issues is that we're getting near the end of the program and some of the repairs are challenging. So that one is related to us having to shift people out of the control room while we rebuild the control room, but I couldn't do that till I'd shifted people out of the laboratory into the new laboratory. The new laboratory's now been done. So it was a logistics because we have to keep things live. Unfortunately, we cannot shut down, tell people we won't receive wastewater for 6 months. And so...
The stage 2 lab building has been completed now.
The stage 2 building, yes, where we've shifted, yes, but we haven't shifted the control systems, and I'm not actually sure the detail of the logistics of it. It's creating a little bit of a logistic because there's, I don't know, I presume you've been down to the big control room that we've got that controls not only the wastewater system but the wastewater network and the water network as well.
So my other question around this, and it's probably not that super relevant, well it could be, but is that facility at risk with climate change?
No, my understanding it's not at risk. It's a reasonably high little piece. So from sea level rise, look, if it went up 3.5, no, my understanding, talking to the sea level, and again I'd have to affirm that it's high enough that it's not, and then if you look, the outfall then feeds out into the ocean, so we don't believe that that facility is at risk.
Well, that's good to know. So have you got any timeline on when that 2.2 million will be coming on? And that's just to complete the earthquake repairs, isn't it? So you've actually got two projects in this line.
You don't have any feel for that, do you, John? John thinks, yeah.
Yeah. Right. Right. Thank you. Thanks.
Glenn?
Thank you. Thanks, Dave. Sceptical question. Provoked by page 33, just in the last paragraph. So first half of the year, average spend 33, second half projected or hoped for 47. The scepticism is based on the time of the year. So if given that transport's the second biggest grouping, of which my understanding roading is part of that, which in itself is a big spend, just with the inclement weather kicking in, I mean, how realistic is it that we can actually ramp up the spend? Because we know, you're doing a road, bad weather, it's got to be put off or it just rips up again. So
yes, a lot of our construction and land drainage would be the classic one. The Punawai got hit last year because of bad weather. But if you have a look at how historic spend, and I'd just take you to the graph on the top of that page and just show you how our spend's ramped up. I think there's a comment, if to meet our target we have to make 47.6 million a month. But if you have a look at the target and you project over it, your 50 million, you can see 2 months were above, 2 months were below that. So yes, if we got really bad weather, we would not do that. If we, touch wood, that's with any construction program. Ideally, we'd like to do everything from October through to end of March or maybe end of April, but that's not always possible. We also, you may recall, was it last year, Lynette, that we did Montreal in the middle quite late, but we paid a little bit extra to make sure that we got a product that would last, and they heated the road prior to putting it on, and we did that at night, I think in May and June, I think. So.
There's a lot that's happening at the moment, we can see, so yeah.
That's right, and the team are taking on the latest technical kind of innovations to try and expand our construction period without lifting our risk, because basically the last thing I want to do is put down asphalt, for example, and then get it lifting because the surface was wet or whatever.
Yanni?
Thanks for the report. I think it's quite good. I just wondered how feasible it is to hyperlink to the projects, a bit like the previous report, so we can actually click on the project and see, what its kind of scope is. And the question I had really was, how difficult is it to do that, and how can we get it done? And the second question related to that is around communications. Also, what communications do we have in terms of protocols around projects that are delayed or, taking longer than they should, of communicating to people to let them know, to the community?
There are a number of issues in there, and we are trying to develop a public-facing view of this. You've got to recognise that this tool is a project management. It's got sensitive information around contractor performance, it's got sensitive information around financial, it's got variations out there, and what we're adapting, it's not the ideal tool to present out of a governance tool. So we are looking at how we can adapt that and whatever. We are looking to see whether we can get a public-facing or a councillor-facing view of it, but there are some sensitive things in there. It's not quite as easy as what we were thinking. Now, I understand the team has developed a beta version of it, but it's sort of stored as other priorities.
So I was just looking at on page 36. So just that spreadsheet, each project has a project ID. If you clicked on that project ID, it would take you to a CPMS sheet, but you can't obviously click on it. because we don't have links. But there's a kind of page that's quite general that shows timing, scope.
Yeah,
My reading of those sheets is there's nothing really sensitive in them, but yeah, I don't understand why it's hard for us just to present that information. Is it just the IT system doesn't allow us to do it?
And that's what the PMO office is developing. What is the information we can put out there so you can click and get that latest information, and what fields appropriately go in there? I'm sorry, I haven't got Paul here.
That's all right. If we just can get some advice back on it.
Can you leave it with me, and
okay,
we
great.
can report back to the next committee about progress on
So the
it.
other question I was going to raise is, this is good for us at a council level. At a community board level, are we able to get a more ward-specific breakdown of the capital projects like we've got here that we could report to the community boards, so that community boards could kind of get a quick snapshot of what was happening for their projects?
To do it out of this tool would be really expensive to develop. We've talked about that because it was asked of Jed, and because a lot of stuff's run at project and program level and it goes across ward boundaries, or there are projects that we'll get down and we'll say Southwest Water Mains will be a project which will have 6 projects in it, but it'll go out as one project, and that might go across 3 different community wards.
Right.
Now, it gets difficult that we don't have the breakdown of how all those sit in wards. You appreciate that this system was developed as a project management system, which is universally used, not universally used, but used by a lot of other organisations, not only Christchurch City. And so to get that report would take, my understanding, quite a bit of software development by people.
So I would have thought one of the things that we should be trying to do is think about ward-based reporting.
Okay, can I come in here? We are working on that.
Okay.
So it is possible, but it may not come out of this particular system. But
for our draft annual plan and long-term plan, one of the really good pieces of information that the staff have got, which, and I thought it would have been easy to link to this, is those ward-based capital program with the changes that are proposed, the current budgets. So, it seems like we've actually got a model there.
It's actually probably more in the next report. The next report, this is a high-level capital program report. The next report has a lot more detail.
And then just the final question was, so are you able to tell me what the communication protocols we have in place for communicating start work notices or information to communities when projects are delayed?
With all of our projects, we have tried to we've got a comms plan that sits there and regularly communicates to who we consider to be the stakeholders that are required. We normally have a comms person related to each project and project team. So my understanding is, as updates are needed and required, they should go out. Not sure whether anyone up there is able to elaborate more on. We're talking about comms plans around projects.
Can you come to the table, please, if you're going to talk?
If we have delays on any of our projects, we send out a communication via letterbox drop.
Sorry, by what? Letterbox drop. And is there a start work notice that goes out to the local boards?
Every job has a start work notice. Every job has a start work notice. It will usually be dropped as a letterbox drop, and more often than not, the contractors put their own notices out in a letterbox drop as well. Often they'll do ours for us at sort of no cost, which is a bit of a bonus. That is not a guarantee that people see it, because it does go in their letterbox, and there's a lot of junk mail that goes in people's letterboxes, so we don't guarantee that. So John and my team are working really hard on a number of big significant projects, and we've talked about Riccarton Road before on a number of occasions, to make sure that we set up the comms that is relevant and appropriate for the level of project that we're doing.
Right, so I guess what I'm trying to get in place is a system where we would communicate once we know things are delayed versus the original
We
date.
do our best to do it as much as we can, and it doesn't happen every time, and sometimes we just need to keep motoring, and sometimes it doesn't happen. Dave talked about the fact that we've got 900 odd projects, we've got about 300 odd contracts out there at the moment. So we do our best
Right.
to do that, and we try to do that, but it isn't a one-size-fits-all.
Right, but on this kind of big project management spreadsheet that you've got, is there a kind of box that says, you know, new start work, revised start work notice like Skirt used to do, you know, completion date has changed, send out new start work notice, or communicate back to the local community board?
This is a project management. It's not actually necessarily a... You sitting behind each project will be, you may have something sitting in project, for example, Microsoft Project, which gives you the detailed Gantt chart and whole program. This is at a high level reporting tool which measures our risks, our program, but there will be a far more detailed breakdown in a variety of different systems and a whole pile of different bring-ups and systems depending on what that project is. So this is a reporting management tool, not necessarily a detailed project management tool.
No, okay, thank you. Andrew?
No, I'm fine now, thank you.
Okay. Jimmy?
Okay, thank you, Chair. One question, can you please clarify with us on page 34, the last paragraph, particular focus on this chart. The understand of those budget is approximately $140 million. Whether it's in relation to the mainly relation to the project on the page 36.
If you have a look, that the chart as it stands would indicate an underspend of the original planned budget. That's the blue line where our project managers, those dotted lines are the extrapolations, as I've said, from our project management office. We believe that they will be lifted higher than that, and we are working very hard to make sure that we deliver. There will be some things, like we say, that we won't recover. We won't be paying, I don't think, if something happens, we won't be paying the interchange, for example. So there'll be some things that are not recoverable, and it makes good sense for us not to spend that money at this point in time. But we are doing anything that we can deliver. We will certainly be trying to make sure it goes. Those lines are going to be, as raised, I think, by Councillor Livingston, you know, subject to weather, subject to consenting, a wide range of things. You know, our wellhead program went back about a week because we stopped all work because of potential health and safety issues. We just have to make sure that we are doing all those sorts of things to try and make sure that we maximise our spend.
Yes, I know, but I mean the list of figure, whether it's from the page 36, you know, all those key projects. Some of the projects carried forward, some of the projects brings back. Then after the revise, they get this figure. I just want to know.
Yeah. That's what the number. That's what
where this figure come from.
That has come from the forecast after.
Yes.
The bringbacks and carry forwards have been accounted for, is my understanding.
Yeah, it is after. Yeah. Okay, thank you. It's fine.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you very much, everyone. So we have a resolution to receive the information in the report. Do I have a mover for that? Moved Phil, seconded Mike. Any debate? I'll put the motion. All in favour say aye. Aye. Against, that's carried. Okay, item 11, financial performance report. Bruce, hi. So this is the 6 monthly performance report.
That's correct, yes.
In some respects, we've covered a bit of the capital programme stuff in the previous report. But do you want to just give us a high level of where we're tracking, where we think we're going to finish up, and anything major there that we need to be worried about?
No, it's a fairly standard position. December year to date, we're better than budget by about 10 million operationally. We consider most of that timing, and we're actually projecting at this point a 1.5 million deficit at the end of June, which is it's not large, but and the reasons are outlined in the report.
Mm-hmm. Okie dokie. Right, well, I'll just throw it open for questions. Andrew?
Thank you. Looking at the very short paragraph on housing, so this is page 59 at the very top, refers then, so the forecast signals a delayed spend on various projects, refer attachment B. Attachment B in the relevant part then comes at the top of page 62. Again, has got information which isn't really easy to understand what's going on there. There's 1 out of 5 projects which is looking as though it's going to be on time. Everything else is going to be significantly delayed, and over the whole list of projects there, we've got a forecast of 542 against a current budget of 1.45, so 38% spend forecast. Are we able to get some information around what projects they are which are making up that shortfall, and what the reason for the delays are? And I appreciate you may not be able to answer that question here and now, but I think, you know, given a forecast of 38% delivery, we need more detail around what those particular projects are, what's delayed and why.
Okay, we can get there.
Excellent. Vicky?
I have another question, sorry. Page 47, the $2 million extra because of the due to reduced glyphosate use. I thought we'd budgeted for that.
I'm sorry, Vicky, my hearing's bad.
Okay.
I can't hear.
Page 47 in the operating deficit section, key points. Roads and footpath maintenance costs are forecast $2 million higher, partly due to reduced glyphosate use. I thought we had budgeted additional operational and additional capex for the non-use of Roundup.
I'm sorry, I still can't pick up what you're saying. Can I?
Okay, right.
Okay. Would you like? Can you hear me clearly?
No, I'll say. Right.
Okay,
my hearing's not.
It's the roads and footpaths maintenance costs are forecast $2 million higher, partly due to reduced glyphosate use, resulting in more expensive hand weeding. So Vicky's question is, we had already budgeted a certain amount for the non-use of glyphosate. So that's the question.
Yeah. I understand that this is Dave's area, but I know it's hitting parks too. It wasn't sufficient money that was budgeted and quoted by the contractors there. So I think that would be the same in transport. Is that right, Dave?
That's correct. I think we originally put up an estimate of 4.2 million. I think we got spread out, and then basically we're still trying to meet within the guidelines. So that's one of the overruns, but we're also getting a whole range of other issues in maintenance. Richard's there if he wants to talk. We are analysing our maintenance budgets, both in water and in transport, because basically we are having a lot more reactive maintenance on a wide range of those. We also have had a good year actually for land drainage, because we've had a not rain and a lot of our growth's grown in our ponds and things like that, but we've also had quite significant additional costs around our road landscaping costs.
So my concern is, can you hear me? My concern is that, as I understand it, we are still using Roundup in some areas because we didn't budget enough. So which is it? Are we actually have we gone completely to non-glyphosate products, or are we still using some Roundup as we were in a couple of...
We are still using, and I think we gave a report back to council at some stage about what we were doing. We've got a set of rules to try and move them to areas that are
yes, they were very
populated
clear.
further, but
yes,
there are some areas where just the use of a good example, hot water, we need to go back there more often. I don't know, Richard, whether you've got any detail around how much, but yes, we are trying to minimise our use, and we did actually give you a report, I've got it somewhere, about the reduction that we've done in transport, but yes, there is still some use because we can't afford not to do it.
So what have you budgeted for the coming year? Have you budgeted to have no Roundup whatsoever?
No, it's the same budget as what you allowed for last time. There's no shift in the budget, so in actual fact there will still be some, my understanding, use in there. So there's no budget, additional budget.
Is it possible to get a bit more detail than the sentence that's here, just so that we can see that in time for the 12th?
Richard's team's doing a bit of work on that. I'm not sure whether we're able to do that or not.
We can definitely do that across parks. You will remember that originally the staff report had suggested more money for glyphosate. The council reduced that back to less, and I think in particular roading they did identify some areas that they would still need to use Roundup. It has impacted across both parks, transport and waterways, and our contractors are really struggling with actually being able to maintain the weeds with not using it in parks.
Can I make a
not
suggestion?
Using Roundup.
This will come up in our section 17A reviews when we actually have a look at this.
This will come up
in
at
detail.
our annual plan thing on Tuesday.
That's
Let me
also
just tell you.
it's currently coming up in our contract renewals, because it is a big thing that's actually impacting on the rates in our contract renewals. So we'll report back in that phase.
Well,
next
just
month.
so that we know what we're doing, could we have that information in time for Tuesday, if that's possible?
Tuesday.
Well, when we set the annual plan, it would be really good to know what we're actually budgeting for toxins. Just in relation to that page 49, can you hear me now?
I haven't got the page number.
Page 49 contains a number of things. The extra dividend is now not required from the bringing forward of the dividend from CCHL is not required because of the higher rates growth. I'm assuming this report is till the 23rd of January, is that correct?
This report's at the end of December.
End of December, so this is 6 months.
It doesn't forecast the 3.2 million CCHL dividend because we've incorporated that in the
because of the higher rates growth, and also the higher interest growth, which is interesting. Can you explain that?
The higher interest largely relates to pre-funding of a debt repayment we've got coming in, up in March. So we are borrowing in tranches early and investing that, so it's a net neutral or slightly positive until the large debt repayment next month.
Okay, so CCHL has been notified that they don't need to bring their dividend forward?
Yes.
Right. Okay, and in relation to the shared equity scheme, which was actually the money from the shared equity housing scheme, the money from the government came at the end of 2017, so it's been a long time in the making, this one, and then our money went in July. I'm assuming that fund is ring-fenced and the interest that it's accruing is going into the shared equity fund and not into the general rates pool.
I would have to follow up on that for you.
If you could, that would be great, because it definitely needs, we should not be putting government money into, for a specific purpose, into our general rates pool.
Okay, so that'll be followed up. Glenn?
Thanks, Reef. Thanks, Bruce. I think you know about this one because we've had a wee email exchange. So this is just on the personnel costs under the OPEX on page 47. It's good to see that my reading is that they've come down, but I haven't got a line of sight over consultants as part of that, assuming that they would be caught up in there. So I'm not necessarily expecting you to have a response to it now, but what we could do, Raf, is seek one. But my questions are around out of that 27%, how much of that is comprised of staff and consultants? So we have 2,000 to 3,000 staff, but I don't know how many consultants come and go. So I would like to see the spend of that. Notwithstanding, there is an overall reduction, but I think it would be good for, and colleagues too. I just had another, so that's the basic thrust of that, and I could signal putting up a recommendation on that, Ref, if you're...
Yeah, if you just hold on one sec, Carleen, I think, so basically you're asking for a breakdown of the personnel costs.
Yeah,
yes,
so we ELT monitors consultant costs on a very regular basis. They have been coming down and we continue to aim for that. There are some consultants that we need to have. So in our regulatory compliance area for very specialised types of work where it's intermittent, we can't have staff provide that, so we get consultants in for that. And of course we have a range of consultants for the capital program, but certainly within the ongoing operational staff, There's been over the years significant decrease in that, and we monitor that.
Okay. But there'd be no harm in getting a breakdown of that? And
We can show you what it is.
Okay.
It's less than 100 now.
Okay. So do we need a additional recommendation on that? Or?
No, because Carol notes down everything that people are asking for has been noted down and will be reported back. Yep.
Through this committee. Fantastic. Thank you.
Any other questions? Dion?
I just had a quick question around the drop in revenue around the building services and the explanation being driven by lower building consent revenues. Obviously it says it's offset by lower costs. Are we seeing quite a reduction in the amount of building consent activity coming into the city at the moment?
Compared to?
Compared to what was forecast.
Building consenting revenue certainly dropped significantly. My understanding is in the last couple of months it has stabilised at that lower level. That's all the information I have at this point.
Do you think we could get some information on that?
Yeah, I don't know.
Do you know, can I just Mr. Chair, can I just quickly jump in, because as chair of the Reg and Consents, we've got all that info there. It could just be a case either I can just provide it for Dion because I can answer that, or if you just even look at the
It's actually all on the hub, Jamie.
Yeah, it's just what I'm saying. If you look on the on the
Is it
agenda,
in the regs part?
Yeah, it's a reoccurring.
So they have a running total of consents.
Yeah, every month.
Jump out of there.
But yes, you're right. There is a reduction. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Anne.
I just had a follow-up question from Vicky's point about the glyphosate, and wondering, Mary, this is probably more a question, in terms of the report coming back with the maintenance, is that going to be something that is going to be addressed in that report? Because it seems that we've got more expensive hand weeding and steam use, which, and what we're hearing is that the maintenance, it's not... the growth and the weeds and things are not being maintained to what people would hope for. So I'm just wondering if that will be included in what you bring back to us.
Yes, particularly across the parks area.
Right.
Bringing back a report on our works around our maintenance contracts, because as you'll remember, you have also asked us to look at integrated contracts across certain areas, particularly Banks Peninsula, more in-house provision, so it can be a more integrated service and some community partnerships along with the renewal of the day-to-day maintenance. Okay. So it'll be covering that, plus also where the pressure points are in that those contracts, which is particularly around some of that glyphosate maintenance that was just undercooked.
Okay, thank you. That's great.
Yanni, did you have one?
Yes, thank you. I was just wondering if someone can tell me why the trans waste dividend timing's been rescheduled,
Good question.
and where we got to with the trucking cost review.
Sorry, the trans waste dividend was rescheduled by the trans waste board to 21-22.
We can get more information.
There was a retiming.
What page is that, Yanni?
Just 4.22, lower interest and dividends revenues 1 million driven by CCHL dividend delayed. Notification that half the special trans waste dividend has been retimed to 2022, 1.9 million.
And you're asking why that's happened?
Yeah. Why?
Ben, have you got any comment?
Well, I can get info off Gil, as chair of the board, but it was simply an accounting matter in the board.
So it costs us, and they... Yeah, okay.
How do you want to...
Yeah, I mean, that is a decision of the board. It's not something that as a council we have any control over. So, yeah, they basically just notified us. And Glenn, was it around cash flow issues?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So do we need to put something in our statement of intent or letter of expectation around what we expect? Was that kind of the way we deal with it?
I think we are getting a briefing on trans waste.
Well, that would be helpful.
Well, we asked for one at the end of last year. Dave, do you have any comment on it? Is that your department?
We are working through potential solutions, options. We are working with our partners. When I say our partners, not only Eco Central, CCHL, but also with the other local councillors. So our local councils. So we're looking at a variety of different work. Admittedly, there's no magic bullet that we can see.
Yeah, well, some information back would be good. Just in terms of the maintenance, like, and I know some of it's more in the performance reporting, but
yeah, you can save it for that.
In terms of the issue that was raised before around the contract review, I just want to be clear, what's the timing for us as elected members to have input into what we're doing in regards to those parks contracts? And I just want to ensure that at an early stage we can be briefed so that, you know, we can put our concerns on the table.
In general, we have asked staff to come back at the next meeting with a schedule for us to do these Section 17A reviews, which is actually looking at all of these individual areas and how the services are being delivered. As part of that, I would expect that conversation to happen.
My understanding.
Parks did their 17A review. You looked at it through in depth through Councillor Clearwater's committee. You directed certain things in terms of the maintenance contracts, and that work is being put in place at the moment. So you actually provided quite comprehensive feedback and input into that in the 17A for parks last year, and we can certainly come back and brief you again on that.
Just in terms of my previous recollection of our maintenance contracts, is there's loss of year for poor performance, there's increased year for good performance. It seems to me that we're getting at a stage where actually those decisions are going to need to be made quite soon. I think previously we've asked as a council, before tender documents go out for contracts, we actually have visibility to see what's being requested. So I just kind of wanted to check on that very specific thing. When is that going to happen?
Okay.
Thanks.
And just
on maintenance contracts, the other that are coming up, are due to come up, are the water and wastewater ones and land drainage ones, and they will be reported up as well. I'm sorry, I'm just off the top of my head. I think one expires in about 12 months' time and one in about 18 months' time. We are suggesting the two of them be combined, extend one slightly so that they go out together, but we're looking at that as well, and that will come back up through the committees.
And the other contract that's due for expiry is the FM contract, so that's also...
which one?
The facilities maintenance contract, sorry,
right.
Which is also going to be tracking through committees and council too, before it goes out.
Okay.
There was some specifics like in the text, there's reference to 27 vested asset year-to-date variances include page 56. Goes on to talk about South Frame lots 2 and 3, and I just wondered what they were, if we had any idea. And there's also reference somewhere, sorry, in the strategic land purchases, I'm sorry I can't find the page, to City Lanes budget not being spent. So I just wonder if someone could advise what that budget's, oh sorry, it is on page 59, roads and footpaths. There's reference to City Lane block land purchases of 1.2 million behind budget due to year-to-date and forecast. So I just wondered if we could get some explanation of those.
So yes, so that item 27 on page 56, the vested asset variance.
So that budget is specifically provided to purchase new lanes. In the past, it's been used to purchase Press Lane, and there may be some additional lane purchase to enable good access to and from Cathedral Square from both the north and the south. So that's a focus at the moment, but it's a little difficult to anticipate exactly where the next purchase will be. So it's a fund that's there should an opportunity arise.
Right, so
and it's a decision that you have made to through the the overall central city, the inaccessible city, and then the action plan around improving that accessibility for the central city.
Right, and my understanding previously is that applied to the 4 Avs, and there's properties, particularly the big blocks, are between Fitzgerald and Barbados. And so I just wondered what proactive work we're doing in that space, because there's been opportunities opportunities lost that we've been presented with at community board that seem crazy that we wouldn't be looking at acquiring property.
I'm not aware of those opportunities that were presented at Community Board, and at the moment we're focusing on the area in the central city that council has signalled as a priority for it.
Okay, how can we signal the priority area that should be from Fitzgerald to Barbados, given that through the central city plan R1, that was the area that was identified as needing to break up the long stretches of road? How do we do that? Because I'm really, I'm kind of concerned to hear we've got money that's not being used, and we're seeing those opportunities evaporate because we're not proactive in that space.
Again, we'll make a note of that. It's not specifically relevant to this.
Okay. And what was the lots 1 and 2 in the south frame? The vesting of those assets?
That's a vesting question, I'm sorry. That vesting question will reside, I'm assuming, with parks, potentially.
So is it are these government Crown assets that are being transferred back as part of the cost share that we're then picking up the capital value on our book, which is why we get the 2.2 million?
So I can't answer those questions, I'm sorry.
So from a property transactions perspective, yes, I do believe that is the case. It's the Crown land that's being vested back to Christchurch City Council around some of those south laneways and park areas. So that's the case there.
So, but why does it cost us?
Sorry?
Why is it a cost to us?
It's not a cost to us. We have to show it because it's a vested interest. We've got to show it as income.
Yep.
And so it goes on. We do an estimate of the vested. When we take over any infrastructure from every subdivision, anything like that, that comes in as a vested asset. But it's got to be shown as income because it's got to then enter into our asset databases and goes on to our value. So it's a gift, but it's got to have a financial value.
Okay. And just the final question is the mid-Heathcote Bank stabilisation on page 58, and these are segment spends forecast by year end and funds to be brought back from future years. There's also carry forwards of the Heathcote dredging. I was just trying to understand, we passed through that last year's annual plan, an ability to look at synergy across projects, and we've just had the news item come out yesterday or the day before on Newsline about the dredging around stage 2, where we've got a cycleway planned and a landscape plan planned, and I'm just trying to understand how that Heathcote stabilisation, cycleway and dredging is all tied together with the mid-Heathcote linear plan as well, because at the moment it seems to be lots of different budgets, different streams of work in the same corridor without any plan in place. And I mean, for example, our board's just had a request from a resident just to tar seal a little bit of footpath to get better access, where we've just done the dredging and we could have done it for a cost, pretty cheap, but now we'd have to go through a whole new project to do it. And so how are we giving effect to that synergy through that process?
Dave?
We are looking, we've got forward works viewer that we could come and demonstrate to you, which actually does look at the synergies of different projects and how they do. One of the issues with dredging, it's a very complex program and it's a very specialist program. It's covered by a wide range of things. For example, we've just had to pull out because of the whitebait breeding and things like that. So very specific little windows that we can do work in. It's a piece of specialist equipment. It's got special resource and sensors. The synergies and timing, we obviously don't want to build a new road and then run heavy trucks over it and things like that. But the synergies between that and other projects are very, very minimal apart from timing. The other issue you've got with dredging is that it's an OPEX project as opposed to a CAPEX project because we don't own the asset. So while I can borrow for that money, it's a slightly different kettle. And to take a bit of that money and do footpaths is not a good use of, and you've given us the bare minimum to do the work of what we need to do. So we do look at all synergies that we possibly can. Some of them because of timing, because of financial, just can't be done, but we do try and coordinate that we don't do something and then go and break it up. yes, we are trying to get our programmers to actually look at those synergies as much as we can. And a good example would be Riccarton Road, where I think the synergies between the wastewater, the water and the roading and the bus priority lanes have come together very well. So on those some projects it does work, other projects it's a lot more complex.
Yeah. Are we just specifically able to get some information back around the major cycleway along the Heathcote River, and what what synergy can be done with the land drainage and the dredging works? If any, but it does, like in Wolfston we've just had a big debate along the Ferry Road main plan about the cycleway not being adequately wide enough.
Yanni, this is your fifth question here, and you're
so
going
the first
off.
question was, can we have some information back about the Heathcote? That has been to, I believe it's been to IDI and to the board in the past, and the parks team, the land drainage team and the transport teams all looked at what needed to happen, and there was a clear cost benefit to do minimal now, and it was around trees if I remember rightly. I will dig that piece of information out and send it round again for information.
Okay. Thank you, Lynette.
Thank you.
Aaron?
Yeah, my question was around the glyphosate and the costs of it. And so going forward, do we have a review of what we expected it to cost, what it has cost, and looked at if we go 100% glyphosate free, or we go back to old practices, or there's a mix in the middle that may be met where it's away from waterways, so on and so forth? When does that review take place, and will the other cost of weeds growing into footpaths and roads, which breaks up the asphalt and has another cost, has that even been factored in yet? Because it's quite newish, and you can see there's great examples up Memorial Ave where it happens, up towards the Mail site, where some of the weeds are 2 and 3 foot high. I know with the Garden City, but Garden Roads is new.
Yeah, Mary, do you want to comment on that?
Based on your policy decision not to use glyphosate, and also on the Chief Science Advisor for Ministry of Health, we are sticking to non-use within parks. We hadn't contemplated changing that because it would be in breach of your policy decision. So if you want us to bring back some advice, we could do that of you rolling back, but the advice that we have gone on is the Chief Scientist's advice from the Ministry of Health, and also your policy decision. But if you would like to review that policy decision, we'll bring some...
Dave, you want to add to that?
In the land drainage, we did report back to you at the original that there were cases where there was no alternative, and that was particularly in waterways, and so we did report back to that. We then reported back how much we thought it would cost in the roading, and just on that little note that Councillor Buck raised, we're going to try and pull the information about what it's doing, what the performance of it, what it's costing us at this point in time, what percentage of reduction we've been able to achieve, and what it would cost to get it right out, and would we recommend it, and we're going to try and get that done by Tuesday.
Okay, good.
I think as Councillor Buck wanted us to.
That's good. Dion and then Vicky. Okay, excellent. Thank you, Vicky.
Can I just ask one question on a subject loath to raise?
Is it on this report?
Yes. Well, no, the line item isn't there. That's why I'm asking, and that's the Botanic Gardens uplighting. Sorry, no, I was good.
Remember, this is the finance report, so if it hasn't had money spent on it, then it's not going to...
Well, I think it has. The Botanic Gardens uplighting happening?
I'll send a memo out about where that's at.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yes, of course, yeah.
Any other questions? Anne?
Yeah, just a quick one about the NZTA subsidies, which is about, 3 million, and how much flexibility have we got to use that in terms of just responding? If we needed a safe crossing, for example, there's new schools being opened out at Hallswell, and children are having to cross busy roads. Do we have much flexibility to apply some of that money to that sort of situation? No.
We explained how the minor safety work program went to ITI. I think we had Ryan Rolliston there explaining the program and the priorities and what they had said. The issue that we've got, or the issue that NZTA has got, is that there's only a limit to the amount of money they've got in each budget, and so we have to put up a program with them. They've got to then turn it into the regional land transport program, and then it goes into the national land transport program and all the rest of it. So there is a ways it rules, but basically no, we can't just pick up money and go and say yes we're doing, and I think if we started to do that, NZTA would say, well, we're not funding you, because they want actually some science around the priorities of what we're doing, and that was the presentation on safety that was given not that long ago.
I guess the question is within that, is there an opportunity for a little fund that can be like a response fund that can pick up those kind of things? Is that a possibility?
Well,
just an answer to your question about that, that is the Minor Safety Improvement
Yes.
Program, so that is the fund that can pick up those small projects, and it's specifically set up to be reasonably flexible and get direction from yourself. So NZTA have recently relaxed some of their requirements in terms of the information we need to provide them for safety projects, because they really want to prioritise it, so we're working with them on that. So but the Minor Safety Improvement Program is the correct program to do that sort of thing. So if there's a specific issue that you want us to look into, we can do that and see where it sits in the program. I'm not sure if it does, so I'd have to come back to you on that.
Yeah. Thanks, Richard. So what's the process to begin that, to access that money if we have a particular project? What's the best way to get that process going?
Sorry, excuse me. This is a process sandwich.
It's your workout.
The money you're seeing in this is about the subsidy and the assumption on the subsidy that we will receive. So there was an assumption made at the beginning of the year or at the time of the LTP on the subsidy we would receive against operational. And I believe we've got slightly more than we anticipated, however it goes. Yeah. But that is offset against the cost that we've got already. It's not, it can't be taken out and put somewhere else. It's balanced in the revenue that we've got. Does that make sense?
I'm just wondering, is there a report?
So that's it.
That's the Minor Safety Improvement Program. That is the pot of money to pick up issues that you've just described around schools, etc.
We still have to prioritise our own safety works and put them in our own list of projects, and once we've picked a project or several, then we apply for the subsidy.
Right, is that through community board?
Yeah, the best way on those minor jobs is for the community board to raise it through the area engineer.
Right, okay, thank you.
Jimmy?
Okay, thank you, Chair. Regarding to the on page 50, paragraph 4.4, bullet point 3, those $2 million is for the past 6 years, 6 months, or for the future 6 months, from January of this year up to the June of this year.
So the $2 million for?
Yeah, increased role in the footpath maintenance. You have forecast expenditure variance, $2.9 million, but $2 million is part of them. I just want to know, is for the past 6 months already done, or is for the future estimate 6 months?
I think the answer to that, Jimmy, is it's for the full year. We're forecasting an overspend of the $2 million.
Not whole year, because your report is a 6 months report.
Yeah, so we report on the actual performance for the first 6 months, and then we give you our projections or our forecast for the full year, just to give you visibility of what's likely to happen.
Thank you. Yes, so you can see the particular climate change, excessive kind of flooding issue, and also this year particular very hot. More people have requests to mow the lawn and all those branches. You already this the whole year. Okay, thank you.
Yanni?
So my understanding of the major cycleway through the Pawaho River is that we don't actually have any work underway to do the design. So we've got all the money being spent, but no work to do the design. So I just wondered, can we get, in light of our resolution around synergy, could we actually start that work around the scheme design so that it can inform the dredging and the stage?
Okay, Yanni, this is a finance report. we do have the capital program watch list coming in PX with the cycleways, so I suggest you ask that question.
This
then.
isn't on it because it's out, so there's no budget allocated to it.
This is not the place, you know, to ask the question.
Right.
Okay, any other questions? Right, have a resolution to receive the information in this report. Moved Mike, seconded Jimmy.
I'll notice the motion.
Any debate? I'll put the motion. All in favour say aye. Aye. Against. That's carried. Thank you, Bruce. Okay, we're going to break for 13 minutes to grab a cup of tea. If we can be back here at 11:40 to restart the meeting. Thank you very much.
No, there's nothing for me. So that's just stupid to come real. It's the things like, I've even used a copy of my speakers to my Richard and Freddie Richard. So here's the time of the meeting.
Okay, now we have levels of service report, which is known as the performance reporting, which we get monthly. A lot of the issues in here we've discussed on a monthly basis, and they don't change from month to month. And some of the questions asked in the previous paper also refer through to here. So Peter, would you just like to introduce, as a starter for 10, what this report is and what it measures and how we monitor it?
Okay, this is the update on levels of service. It's the year-end forecast set by managers. The initial result for the half year is trending down from October to 80.9, call it 81 at the moment. The key point to raise there is that there's actually more amber or yellow than usual at this time of year. Now, I should be careful to describe that. That doesn't mean that these levels of service have failed. It means that the managers are signalling a degree of risk and that they require focus to get them back over the line to successful. Now, normally there would be 5, 6, 7% in there. It's higher than usual. The reason for that is that managers are working towards no surprises. So rather than discovering in May or June of next year that something isn't working, they're flagging it now. So that's why the amber component is a little higher than usual. Most of these are in, as you would expect, the infrastructure areas. There are some in non-infrastructure, but they're basically levels of service around water supply, wastewater, some traffic and roading would make up the bulk of them. That's the state of play at the moment. Attached to that graph is the comments from the managers, divided into those that are not going to be successful and those that are, as I said, have a degree of risk. They state, where possible, the current actual, their comments about why the issue is there and their remedial actions that they're proposing to take. I'm happy to field questions around those levels of service where I have some knowledge. Obviously, it's across the entire spread of council services and I don't always know the answer, in which case we need to refer to the manager concerned for special advice.
Okay, Dion?
I wanted to pick on two parts. One was the maintain resident satisfaction with road condition, so that might be a question Dave can answer as well, but there's one element here around the CRAF. Can we get an update on where that's at?
Could you just cite the page number?
Oh, sorry, it's 77, and page 7 of the actual specific report. Yeah, I mean it's quite bad reading when you look at it. There's an increased amount of collapse under redundant pipe networks, still to be repaired out in the east, especially increasing number of sinkholes, significant amounts of curb and channel, but more around the smoothing part. And the, a lot of, it says many roads are now well past their expected life. I just want to get an update on where the CRAF money is, when we're looking to get this sort of stuff, and actually, so we can actually say to the people of Christchurch, we're actually doing what we said.
So, through you, Mr. Chair, we've got a workshop coming up with Treasury, DPMC, council elected officials, the chair and deputy chair of the ITI committee, and council staff and NZTA next week, I think, to progress the investment logic map for the business case for the CRAF. We have put the investment proposal to Treasury last year, very soon after the LTP. Their main concern about progressing that with the Crown was that they were worried about other councils coming to the Crown and seeking money for transport, which is obviously ostensibly a normal kind of council cost, and if they were going to let us spend that money on maintenance and other activities, then they might suffer from similar claims from other TLAs across the country.
But do the rest of the country not realise that we've just had a big earthquake and we've got some major issues?
Yes, they do. That was still their concern. So the original investment proposal hadn't progressed through to the Crown. We have since met with Treasury and updated that and provide them with a revised draft. So we're hopeful that that will satisfy their concerns.
When you say you're hopeful,
we sent them a revised proposal earlier on this year. We haven't had a response back from them as yet.
So this has just taken so long. It's ridiculous. Anyway, the other one that I had, I mean, I think there's some, I'm a little bit annoyed by that. The other one is the customer on page 79, again, page 9 of the specific report. The improved customer perception of the ease of use in council on-street parking facilities. Yeah, that one. There's the remedial action is to the council to request staff to work in conjunction with Christchurch NZ to investigate options of attracting more people in the central city with a winter package. But that winter package obviously has nothing to do with car parking. So what actually is being done to improve that?
So in terms of off-street and on-street, the focus that we've had is tried to encourage people to use the off-street facilities, which council has recently invested a significant amount of money in, so both the Crossing and the Litchfield Street facility. So that has been where the emphasis has occurred. And we've been reasonably successful on that, so we've had increased number of people using those facilities and revenue is up. However, revenue on street facilities is down, and that's probably just reflects that shift of people using those off-street facilities where they weren't previously. In terms of the satisfaction of ease of use of on-street facilities, that's been complicated by the change in road layouts, the constant works that we've had, not just council works, but obviously Otakaro and private enterprise as well, and we've had a lot of temporary traffic management, which has been ongoing. So I think that the kind of decline or finishing of some of those works should help improve the perception of ease of use of some of those on-street facilities into the future, but I can't give you a guarantee that that's going to occur. So that's the reason for the way that we've put that in there at the moment, which I think is an ample.
Yeah, I mean, the issue that I'm trying to raise here is that the remedial action talks about, the work Christchurch NZ and the council, including the winter package, but the winter package doesn't include anything to do with car parking on street or anything like that. So I just want to make sure that these actions actually reflecting what the work that actually is getting done on these specific things. That's just a point to note, I suppose.
Well, just to follow on from that, so this is, when you say on-street parking, that's across the whole city?
Improve, yes, that's correct. So it's not Central City specific. There's also, what I was generally talking about, the Central City, but there is a suburban parking policy which the council has been progressing out of strategy and transformation as well, which looks at parking at some of those other high usage areas across the city outside of the Central City. So the Ricketons.
We have a hearings panel report coming back on that. Quite soon. So. Yeah, and this is actually your level of service target will be determined by a survey in May or June. So until we get that, we don't know.
That's correct.
Yeah. Okay, Glenn.
Yeah, thank you. My question was also about the roads there, page 77. When I read it, we've seen the heat maps of the road. I know you use two measures. I think one is road smoothness or roughness. Another is some other measure. Across Christchurch, we know the broader east, so not only, say, Burwood Pegasus, but the broader wasn't at the same level as actually the west. Burwood Pegasus alone had 500 million spent on it out of the skirt budget, which is good, but still the roads, obviously, just in those two wards alone, are not up to scratch. But it's not just that ward, it's the broader east, so the old Hagley Ferromead further down and wider. Is there a plan to, to have an equitable approach over the roading? So not an equal, but an equitable approach to get these roads up to scratch. We've had a really good briefing just the other night from some of the team over the roads in our ward, which is great, but overall, is there a plan to bring these up on the same level?
So broadly speaking, we're obviously still suffering from the post-earthquake sequence legacy of roading asset which is not in the condition we'd like it to be in, and I think it's a natural occurrence for that to be where we're at, because if you think about all the work that's happened and the amount of underground infrastructure which has had to be fixed, it didn't make a lot of sense to invest in the roading asset really early on, because that simply would have become damaged again. But now we have a bit of a legacy which we're seeking to upgrade, and I think, you know, within current budgets, it's it's going to be a reasonably long lag time to improve that across the city. So I'm not just speaking about the east, but the CRAF, which we spoke to earlier on, does identify those 5 priority areas, and I don't have the map in front of me across the city, so we're looking to spend up to $25–30 odd million, which we would hope to elicit NZTA funding for as well, so we can significantly increase that across the city. So a couple of those areas are in the east, and we've identified we're currently finalising the roads asset condition survey for that at the moment, but I think that'll make a demonstrable difference to those parts of the city which we think are affected the most. So that's probably the best answer to your query. I can give.
Supplementary there, the maintenance that would have gone on the red zone roads, and there are quite a few of them, what happened to that? So we know that they're not given priority, we know why. There's a kind of minimalistic approach taken, we understand that, but you know, over time that they would have had their own budget portion to keep them up to scratch. So
that's correct, but I think you find the cost of the overall maintenance of our roads, given the comments we've got in there around the, broadly speaking, a lot of the roading asset is kind of getting towards the end of its expected life. So, and if we don't invest in renewals for that, which we haven't been able to do because a lot of the roads still been dug up for underground assets, we've carried more cost in our maintenance program than we would have otherwise. So whatever we haven't spent in the red zone has certainly been committed elsewhere across the city.
Kind of by default went into the ether or the pot of... Okay.
Phil?
Thank you for this performance report, because it answers quite a few questions which pulls together the data. And I guess what I'm going to ask you about is perhaps processes from here when the areas where we're not likely to meet our target, and how we remedy that, and because we know that in advance. And on our page 72 on water, there's 2 sections there about how we operate water supplies reliably, and also, well, there's two references there. But I just want, especially because of the increase of the number of leaks, and the importance of the whole water issue, I just wondered if that could be an area where it's clear that staff are monitoring this, if in fact we could get some at a future meeting like this, that we get an update on on the results of that monitoring.
So Phil, you're sort of saying in a way the remedial action, we'd like to see some outcome from that remedial action. Peter, does that make sense?
At a process level, it's certainly possible. I mean, this is management input into a reporting system. It could be supplemented by, if it's a special item of interest, by additional information, or by the manager coming to the meeting to respond to questions.
Yeah.
So at a process level, it's pretty straightforward, provided we know what the areas of special interest are.
Well,
yeah. I mean, Dave might want to add to that. Dave?
We're certainly gathering the information on both those. I think the remedial actions that we've got there is exactly what we're trying to do. We did report some of the interim results actually to the MOH when they came down, particularly around that second one around the stop-start, so spikes in pressure transients that go through and are, we think, creating more breakages on our lovely end of the life AC pipes and things. So certainly we could do a briefing to council or to this committee or to the ITI committee on the outcomes of some of those and where we're going. I think in the long term, when we talk briefly to you about reticulation, at a briefing Helen and I gave you 2 weeks ago or something like that, we talked about some of that work that we were doing around potentially monitoring some of those and monitoring systems and things that we may have to do to try and not only meet these performance criteria, but criteria on what we think might be the new drinking water standards. So certainly we can brief council would probably be the best way as we get more and more information on them.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, okay. Andrew?
Thank you. A number of the performance measures in this report are dependent on the results of the resident satisfaction survey. And obviously, you know, there were some areas of concern that came out of last year's resident satisfaction survey. There were steps that we took in some cases to resolve those, or to improve, or to hopefully improve resident satisfaction. I note on the various different targets and remedial action comments, it's variously noted that the resident satisfaction survey results will be known in May, is what it's there for some of them, and some of them say May/June. Now, I'm aware that the resident satisfaction survey has been undertaken at the moment until the end of March, obviously so that we can take anything that comes out of that this year into account in our annual plan thinking. We're keen for those results to be seen by us and obviously made public as early as possible after that survey is concluded. So I noticed the reports from the surveyor were made available or were dated April last year, and we made the results available publicly in May. I'm concerned that some suggestion, May/June, means that it would be later than that this year, and we may in fact not have those reports available for consideration as part of the annual plan. Would be kind of a follow-on from there. What's your understanding of when the survey results will be available to us and will be available publicly?
I think the May/June references are just a misunderstanding from the managers or those managers who are not always close to the process. So the timings are exactly as they have been in every other previous year, with preliminary results in April and statistical tabulated final report results in May. Yeah. So the June reference is just a misunderstanding from a couple of managers.
So we can be confident that it will be May. I mean, last year was mid-May. There's no reason why we wouldn't expect to do exactly the same this year.
We work to those timings every year.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Okay, I have Aaron. And then
yeah, so a couple of questions. Just on page 77 under the transport where it says comments, and it's got Q1, then in brackets April to June 2018, then Q2 July to September. Which Q is that? Is it Q1 of it's not of a calendar year, and it's not of a council year. Is it a regular, and it's not a business financial year? How does that work?
I can't actually respond to that. That's is Richard still with us? No? Yes? Okay, we've got help on the way. Just hold for a moment.
It's just a clarification question.
Yeah, I don't know the answer.
It's easy to clarify, sorry. This is reporting of the crash analysis data, as we've discussed in the past, and the reporting from police is around 3 months in arrears. So our Q1 reporting, so we report 3 months off in the financial year. So I'm sorry that's confusing like that. It is the Q1 reporting. It's April to June. We report that at the end of Q1. But it's April to June of that year because we report 3 months in arrears. So that's why I say in the bottom of this, the relies on input from New Zealand Police, and as such there's a delay in confirmed data. Therefore results are reported 1 April to 31 March for each year. So our Q1 report is 3 months in arrears. Does that make sense? That's in order to try and explain that. That's why I put that in there, but it's caused the confusion too because it's confusing.
Okay. Yep. That makes sense now.
Help?
Cool. Yep. No, that's great. And then my other question, Raph, is around. It's a follow-up to Glenn's one around equity and roading, and it will be good to have a breakdown of the grade 4 and 5 roads across the city by ward, just because it is a complaint that comes up from the public that certain parts of the city are in worse condition than others, and for us to get an equity, or to be looking at our finances going forward on where we should be spending the money, if particular wards do show a lot of kilometres of grade 4 and 5, then we should be putting resources that way to, give them a fair suck of the sav, so to speak, versus areas where we seem to renew roads in areas that don't need it as much, it would appear, when you go and look at other areas where, crikey, you wouldn't want your mother-in-law to live there. They're not good roads, so it'll be great to get them fixed up.
Yes, that's understood.
Father-in-law then.
Yeah, I mean, okay, you can withdraw that comment. Yeah, I mean, we should have that information because we have the information, Dave, on all the grade 4 and 5 roads, so it shouldn't be that difficult to split out. Richard, you can...
It's already on our website, Mr Chair. There's a map which shows the grade 4 or 5 roads, but we don't just repair those ones that are poorly damaged. It's based on their hierarchy as well. So those roads, which obviously are major distributor roads, which are more traffic, they're the ones that we'd look at perhaps investing money first, as opposed to some other roads.
Yeah, so anyone should be able to go on and have a look at that map and see.
Which ones are due for repair, which is a different map.
We should have both, but
we should have both. I just, yeah.
Okay. I have Dave, and then Yanni.
Yeah, look, I'd like to just expand further on the comments that both Glenn and Aaron have made. And look, we have these roads around the city that are grade 4 and 5. We also have this overlying hierarchy of repair where roads of significant use are already in the program, and we constantly hear, you know, this one's in the program. What I think we need to move to is looking at a ward-based system, and then actually prioritising an order of repair. Just because some road is not up there in the hierarchy, why should the people of that area have to wait years and years and years to get a repair to a road that's in some cases like driving down a riverbed? So I really advocate that we need to look at a priority of what roads do we need to repair and get them in a priority sequence of repair. So that was that one, and while I'm on the floor, I'd just like to introduce another one. Really, when we talk about customer satisfaction with the city's parks, and I really think we need to sort of review our levels of service and the way we, in some instances, allocate our contracts. There's quite a disparate need or different needs for maintaining an asset in the west than, for example, the east. There are totally different sort of perspectives that come into play. And I think at times we have this one-fits-all model of contract when it comes to maintaining our parks. So I do believe that we need more oversight in the level of service, and at a local level we actually need more oversight into the contract that's being let and how appropriate it is to the environment that they're asked to look after. And I use the treatment of riverbanks particularly. We have contracts let where the gradient of the riverbank will be from a quite flat to a quite steep. And the contractor's probably trying to do all that with a ride-on mower. And then you'll get some weed eaters come in and go along, and I can use an example now currently of New Brighton Road. They've just gone along a section there with weed eaters, and frankly, you know, I think the end result is not befitting the environment that it's being conducted in. So I'm looking for some overhaul, shall we say, in the treatment of our natural assets, and reflecting that a one-fits-all contract is never going to work in Christchurch, and we need to be looking at a greater involvement of our community boards, particularly in what they expect, and to a degree in the contract itself, and just having some oversight.
Thank you. That was a nice debate. But in terms of the question is that we want more input into the contract arrangements.
Yes.
So Peter, when the contracts come up, that triggers a review of the level of service. Is that correct?
when major contracts are to be renewed, that triggers 17A.
Right. So that is the time. So when these parks contracts are coming up, that should trigger a deep analysis of exactly what you're saying.
But I don't think the process at the moment allows for an involvement at community board level or elected member level.
Well, it should. I mean, that's what we're asking staff to come back to us with, a schedule for considering these items in more detail. And I think even going back to your question on the split into wards, you know, that information is there, and we constantly ask for it, so it shouldn't be too difficult to pull that stuff out. Well, yeah. So I mean, it's a consistent refrain, that information, so that people can actually make decisions about the allocation of resources to particular areas or roads. Yanni.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, just before we finish off on that point, you know, I have to say the ODA information that we got around the complaints that were coming in, the projects that were on budget, was actually really useful. And that sort of approach, I think, helps people connect where the problem areas are and where we're spending the money. And people, you can see quite clearly from that memo that Mike Burke sent through how we're addressing the issues that have been raised through the call centre and through the operation of council. So I think something like that for roading would actually be very good. I just wanted to check, like, so this is the graph, and I know I've referred to these before, but this is a graph in 2014.
Page?
So it's not on the page, it's the memo from Mark Christensen with the skirt repairs and the HIG group. And it just showed really clearly, like, the increase in water main breaks when Skirt stopped or HIG stopped the funding and Sarah stopped the funding for water main renewals as part of or repairs as part of the Skirt program. So I just wondered if there was like an easy update. I know Dave, I think Adamson has made reference to this before, but there's a number of graphs in here which are really good, simple, easy to understand information that just show the kind of trend on the key kind of complaints that we're getting. So I just wondered if we could kind of get that updated for today.
Are you referring to an item on this report? I mean, that's
well, it is.
Interesting.
It's around the water mains and the water reticulation network breaks.
What page?
So, where was it? Sorry, just flick through. There's a lot here. Right.
Okay. Are there any other questions while we're
so.
We'll come back to that, Jimmy.
Right. So just checking on also 14.03 and
page
5 of 12, 75. It's the managing the stormwater network in a responsible and sustainable manner. There's reference there to the minimal cut zone bank appearance without compromising ecological benefits. There's a number of kind of references to that. There's also a reference accelerated program for line drain maintenance being implemented. So I just wondered if we could kind of get some information around what's kind of happening. I'm not quite sure where we've got to with that whole looking at the ecological effect over the river, but we did have submissions through the annual plan of groups that were concerned that we didn't have proper ecological assessments for where we were doing capital works.
Dave, do you want to...
We've given the ITI committee a report back on all those trials and the outcomes and a resolution on that, but we can certainly make that or bring that back up and make that available to all the councillors if you wish. We reported back on the the no-cut trials and the complaints and how we've now managed all the different places on.
And also you've told us how you're managing the dredging because of the white bait. So I think we've got quite good standards there and principles. But
so are there ecological reports that the community can see so they know that we've considered the ecological impact?
is this relevant to this right now? Or?
Yeah, well, Dave's answered it, so that's fine.
Right, okay. So it's page 72. We've got council operates water supplies in a reliable and responsive manner. We're not going to meet our target.
So, point of order, Yanni, I had already asked about that, and I thought that Raf had agreed as chair that in fact we would get future information about that to explain the actions so that they work.
Yeah. Okay. Well, can I just can we get those graphs updated so that we can show
Dave is coming back with that information.
That would be really good.
Yeah.
So
closeout report that we asked for.
Yep. And that'll come to this committee. Yeah, we're just trying to finalise the financial, so I'm not sure. Yeah.
It's any other statistical information based on the thing. I think
there's one report being done. It's sensible to have one. Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair. Yeah. It's sensible having one report that gathers all of the information together.
Yeah, but I think that's part of the problem. We get these huge reports with 1,000 pages and lots of detail. All I'm asking for is some simple graphs that just get updated.
Oh, right.
So the other question I had was there's a number of references to the hybrid system not recording CSRs. So can someone just explain kind of what's happening in that My Council CSR recording, tracking, feeding back to people with complaints? Because a number of these things we're not being able to measure. And I'm just really concerned that we've got people contacting us, not getting the follow-up, and then not getting accurate information about the number of complaints.
I can't answer on Hybris exactly, but I can repeat the advice from staff at the end of last year, which was that the information exists. It's not lost. It's a problem to do with reporting off a new platform. So in other words, the data exists, but to make it come through reporting was the obstacle at the time. And I think the discussion then was that that needs to be prioritised as a reporting function. The data isn't lost or the CSR's being ignored. It's a reporting at the end of the pipe issue. Dave, you may have more knowledge of where that's up to than I do, but that was the state of play in late November.
So my understanding is that the system is working as far as people that putting in a complaint, getting a response, being able to log, to track it, and it is just the data, as Peter Ryan said, the data collation in a format that actually suits the unit's reporting. And we've had the SAP team in our house trying to resolve it. So the system's working, it's just the formatting of the final reporting in a format to align with the level of service that's a problem, as opposed to the actual system.
Right, so one of the complaints that I've had over the summer period has been the state of our rubbish bins, not, just constantly overflowing, filled with rubbish. The report detail we've got on page 77 basically says reduce the number of customer service requests relating to litter bin clearing. Target is 240. There's reporting detail no longer available post implementation of Hybris. And then another update saying reporting for this will commence mid-January 2019. An additional category for litter bin clearing requests will be added to the new request system to enable us to do that. So next time we get the report, we should know how many complaints we've had about litter bins not being cleared.
Based on that advice,
yes. That's what it says.
Yes, so in the stats that you do get through, I think they come through the CE's monthly report, and are also reported, they actually give you a breakdown of the 50,000 odd reports that come in each month to council and where they're landing and what they're about. Right. But we could certainly give you a report about where they are.
Yeah, and so just in terms of finishing that one, so as part of that new information, will we get the time lag between when someone makes the complaint and when the work is actually done? Like we'll know, if things have been resolved within 24 hours versus 2 weeks?
Just a quick observation before I try to answer that. The report you're looking at is a point in time, and that point in time is the 31st of December. So the comment about mid-January 19 is actually after this, that date falls after this report was captured.
Yeah.
Okay, so I don't know whether that's actually occurred, but that it's in the future, even though we're looking back at it from February.
Yeah.
So as to the time lag, I can't really comment on what the reporting can do.
Okay. And the final part, I was just wondering if we could make some of these measures public so we could track them in real time on our website.
Well, I think that is Councillor Manji's intention with these results. They've always been available on the agenda and minutes anyway, but I think there is a new initiative about communicating reports from this meeting. So they always have been publicly available, but they'll be more easily accessible now.
If you take things, sorry, just to finish on that, but if you take things like the water network, where we've got a lot of people complaining about breakages, and we've triaged, the really urgent, the medium, and we've got a response time, but for people to understand, like, you know, whether it's the trees that have blown over, how much work we've actually got on towards dealing with something, having real-time indicators on our website that said to people, look, we've had 1,000 complaints or CSRs for tree clearance, we're working through it, you know, here's kind of what's happening in real time. Are we ever going to be able to likely look at that?
Well, look, that's a quite different form of reporting to this attachment for this meeting, but while I don't know the exact content, I do know that smart cities are looking at a city dashboard with lifetime data, and that kind of lifetime information would be one of the things that maybe you'd expect to see there. You'd really need a briefing on where that city dashboard is headed.
That is in play. Okay, Jimmy, did you have a question?
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair. On page 81, regarding to the participation in and the contribution to council decision making, based on your information, I'm particularly concerned. If we set up target in 2019, 41 at least, but 2018 resident survey track 29% and declining, and particularly sensitive to declining. That's terrible, because this figure represents, you know, only the less than 30% people thought the council is their council. It's kind of no any relationship. But in the remedial action, you highlight some of the symptoms. That's pretty good. But I'm just concerned whether those symptoms can be converted to transfer to those root causes, how to improve. For instance, like the first one you particularly mentioned, have your system, because it hasn't been running long enough to conduct a 4-year-on-year comparison. If no this system functioning, how do we track over the, for instance, like the last at least 3 years, the figure, whether that has been improved or not improved? Another one, probably we still need to consider, you know, those the figures overall integrated figure, whether still need to break down to each ward, like a geographic to break down. And also, I remember I emphasized this for several times, but I didn't get any positive response regarding to engagement and also consultation. Those feedback, we need to review more detailed geographic and also demographic one. That's very important. Maybe some of the group, you know, already the increase, that's good and healthy. But some of the group probably is red, amber. We need to more focus on that one, try to improve and upgrade. Third one is you trust in community to do this one, but they still need, you know, more sufficient resources can make that happen. So this is my particular concern, this issue.
So would anyone like to talk to the resident survey and the breakdown of that more detailed information?
Well, look, I can give some context to it. Look, that question has been asked for a very long time now. There's trend data over time. We do know from doing the LTP process and the benchmarking stuff in the service plan that all local authorities across New Zealand tend to score in the 40s around this. It's not as though Christchurch is particularly low. We would obviously like to see the result higher, but in terms of what's happening elsewhere, it's broadly similar to what's happening elsewhere. The measure is fairly generic. People are explained what it means and what the context is to the question. It's asked to all demographics, all regions. It would be possible, I think, to break down the responses by ward if you felt that was a useful thing to do. We can crunch that for you. There's also qualitative comments at the end that people make, which we could also crunch up a little bit better so that you could try to get a sense of what people mean, because two different people answering this question might mean two different things. And what they're not happy about could be wildly different from person to person. But there isn't, in these surveys, because they're across all of council services, they take about half an hour, and that's the point where people simply stop playing and doing the survey if you go longer than that. We've learned that there's a limit to how long you can make these things. So the question is asked, but there's no follow-up 3, 4, 5, 6 more questions to probe into what they mean. It just is what it is. So the options are break it out by ward, break out the qualitative feedback as well as the statistical stuff and bring that back, or try to add more probing questions to the next survey to figure out what exactly they mean by that. So they're the options on understanding what this information means. But broadly, it's very similar across New Zealand. There's nobody out there who's getting 95% results around democratic type questions, because there's simply so many people who don't understand what each organisation even does. They confuse it with other organisations and so forth. They're unhappy with ECAN, but we hear about it, sort of thing. So, you know, it's an imperfect science at this point.
But we could get more detailed demographic and ward-based.
You could split
feedback.
it. We can split it down by who the people are, where they live.
So, I mean, some wards may be at 95%. You don't know.
Yeah, that's possible. Yeah, in theory, yes.
We could be there, couldn't we?
Let's go with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can break it down into a more demographic sort of snapshot for you.
Okay. Okay. Alrighty. Any other questions? Okay. Right. I have a resolution to receive the information in this report. Moved Dion, seconded Sarah. Any debate? Is that a question? Oh yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
So, debate. Yes, Sarah.
Yeah. Just briefly, I think that the conversations over the roading and the roading program are really useful, and I know that we have a resolution sitting around somewhere that calls for greater community board involvement, and for community boards to have these lists and maps that show the condition of roads and where they currently sit in the priority for resurfacing and renewal is really important. However, it would be dangerous to start looking, I think, at switching between wards and those kind of things and starting to play one ward off against another. I think it's really important that as city councillors we have a high level policy which says, you know, these are the reasons that we prioritise our roading repairs, and those currently as priorities sit into condition and use. And there may be some roads in the city which have very low use and are in really poor condition. In fact, they'll be level 5. So Ferrymead Park Drive, Truscott's Road. Truscott's Road is level 5. It's really, really bad, but doesn't have a particularly high use. People going to the park and international visitors going to Ferrymead Park have to drive it. But it doesn't rate in the next 3 years as being repaired. And that's for a good reason. But I think that community boards need to be able to have a look and maybe swap ones within their wards, and I think that would be really useful.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Dion?
Yeah, I just wanted to voice my concern around what I heard before around the craft spend and how long that has taken. And I think, you know, there's a bit of a sounding board there around the Treasury stuff and how slow that process is. So, I mean, I keep getting questions from people about where that is, and it's good to sort of finally get an answer around that publicly. But yeah, I think I'm quite disappointed about how long that has taken. I'd like to see it sort of speed up quite quickly so we can actually get some sort of resolution and communication out to people so they actually know what we're going to do about what we've actually said.
Okay, Aaron?
Yeah, I just want to just counter those comments slightly around the roading. That I thought the way Dave raised it, because you can't, the blanket approach can work, but post-quake it can't, because the city doesn't have equity yet. And I look at my ward, I can't think of a grade 5 road in my ward. I don't know of any that are, we've got an intersection, but we've got no roads where people are unhappy about in the whole ward. And I just see that as being unfair, that there's other parts of the city that I live in that they have roads that they're not happy with. So to spend money on renewing and resurfacing roads in my ward doesn't make sense when there's ones like the one Sarah mentioned in her ward. I'd rather see those ones fixed. And our current system doesn't allow for that. Yeah, we might be able to horse trade within our own ward, but some wards I'm more than happy to send maintenance from my ward to other wards. They've got to be brought up to a livable standard. That's all.
Thank you. Yanni?
Yeah, I think it's really important that we get on top of our maintenance, and you know, I really can't welcome enough the review of how we're doing our maintenance. It just seems to me that repeated performance surveys are showing that people are losing confidence in how the city's being maintained, and we do need to get on top of that. So I welcome that coming back. So I don't think there's a need for an additional resolution today, but I think in the near future we may need to take some different course of action. I also really welcome the SCIRT report, the closeout report. Our staff actually predicted in 2014 the deterioration of our water main network because SCIRT had stopped water main renewals at Sarah's request. And staff, I think, gave us very good advice at the time, but they talked about the fact that leaving critical defects in the network will slow the recovery of the network to a stable state and have undesirable social and environmental effects. And we're seeing that with the huge number of water mains that are breaking and the huge issues with our reticulated network and the cost that we've picked up because of that decision by Sarah. So I look forward to us getting that closeout report. I think we do need to tell the story about what's happened post-earthquake and some of the decisions that were made and the impact that that's having on us financially and also environmentally. I think looking through the report too, that the issues around just basically getting new performance measures or being able to record those and then report them is just, it's happening, it's not here today, but I think in the very near future when we get it, we need to really make sure that that information is in a way in which the community can understand. Because often, when our call centre gets bombarded with requests, just take the wind damage, there's a huge amount of requests that come in and that can skew some of these statistics, but there's actually good reason why things are not being done or other things are taking a priority. So, I welcome this report. I welcome the improvements. I think we should be honest with our communities about the impact of central government decisions on our recovery and the state of our infrastructure and the complaints that we're getting still to this day as a result. And I look forward to that other work being done.
Anybody else? Oh, well, thanks everyone. There's some good feedback there. Clearly people are concerned about the feedback around water, reticulation especially, around leaks, our parks, and our roads and our footpaths, and it's all good stuff. And I think there's a clear message from councillors around data. Of course, the ability to make decisions about where we allocate money is up to us, and we do that through the annual plan every year. But I think improving our data, not just for us but also for the public, will be of help, and hopefully we can bring that through this committee as we go along. Okay, well, I'll put this motion. All in favour say aye. Aye. Against? That's carried. Thank you very much, Peter.
Thank you.
Okay, item 13, corporate finance report.
Good afternoon, everybody. How are you? I'm not
Welcome,
sure
Lynn.
if you've met Andrew. Andrew Jeffries is the Treasury and Financial Policy Manager.
Welcome.
Recruited last year, so this is probably his first time in front of the whole council. Good luck. We had the pleasure of presenting the 6-monthly report, corporate finance report. It focuses on those two key areas. We feel are two key areas. One being the Treasury and borrowing policies, and the second one is debts and to what money people owe us. We focus on those two to give a bit of consistency in this reporting. So what we'll do is that I'll get Andrew to go through the Treasury side, and then I'll go through the debt side. Okay. Andrew.
Great. Okay. I think probably the key points from the Treasury side of things are the interest rate repricing breach. There's a little explanation there in the report of what is going on there, and you'll notice also the debt has gone up a little bit over 200 million, and that's largely due to the 200 million of pre-funding that we've done for the March rollover of debt with LGFA, and I can explain that too if there's any questions on that. But other than that, I'm happy just to take questions on the report.
Mm-hmm. So in terms of the breach on the interest rate side, we're slowly coming out of that. So that's the pre-hedging that was done back in 2013, 2014?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Any questions on the Treasury side? Okay. Thank you.
Easy. Thank you. So going back to debtors, basically we're currently tracking a small increase in overall debtors between September. Sorry, we're talking non-rates debtors here. So small increase over the periods in September. There've been very small activity in this area. The main area which we can attribute to is the interest charged on the LINS, outstanding LINS money has increased the general debtors, but otherwise you can see that down the resource consent, building consents, they're pretty even over since the last quarter, so it gives you an idea of what goes on there. So,
Len, can I just ask on the LINS outstanding payment, that has been around for quite some time. Are we making any progress on that?
We've included that in the public excluded section of this meeting, but we are in correspondence with LINS. They've come back to us with a couple of issues that we have responded to, and I understand that Mr. Adamson has sent through and received back correspondence on that situation.
Okay. Carry on.
So that's the general debtors, and that, as I say, there's some small movement there. What we tend to do is also include the debts written off during the period. This gives the councillors an idea of that of the delegated authority that staff members have in which to operate. And in the period, an additional $77 million was $77,000 was written off to have a total year-to-date figure of $106,000. Some of these you'll see are in the areas of the library books, arrears, and street pole damage due to unable to recover and things like this. So it gives you an idea of where the delegated authority is being applied. When we get down to the rates debtors, we attempt to include different things to the quarterly reports. If we talked about the same issue constantly, you tend to getting the information gets a bit stale. But it's quite interesting that on page 89 of that table, the net rates debtors, which reflects the total amount that is owed to us as at a point in time, so 31st of December here, and it shows it's in credit. Now, the reason of this is because a sizable proportion of our constituents actually pay in advance. So therefore, we've actually got a credit balances at that point in time of $20 million. They've paid the instalments 3 and 4 early, and so therefore, and we're one of those constituents. Council pays all its rates in August, so that's it. We do it in advance. So in effect, all general rates at that point in time, we show a credit balance. The actual amount that's actually in debt, and I've basically included a couple of charts for people to have a look at just to get an idea, and this basically shows that we actually have a credit balance versus a debt balance, and they sort of move in a cycle whereby you basically raise all the invoices for the rates on a quarterly basis, and as the money comes in after those invoices, it just generally goes through, and at 2 points in the year we show basically a credit position, and that's basically straight after these reports are done. So that gives you an idea of a feel on how that money comes in. What we've also done is included in this report an idea of what our rates arrears are looking like on a historical basis, and what years we're trying to get this money back on. And the majority of these cases we have arrangements in place with ratepayers in order to recover this money. So that's actually a good thing. There's about 1,400 of those things in place, which actually provide a bit of information. And we also have included in this time a site map of Christchurch. Now this is representative because you don't want to go down to every street and nook and cranny, but this is a postcode suburb review of all of the arrears in the council. And so basically it shows that there is very little concentrated risk, that actually over the whole Christchurch we've got pockets and pockets of where these ratepayers are. So it's not a single one area which actually is causing concern. And remember, this is representative. If you have a dot over Clearwater, it doesn't mean that all those debts are there. That means just the Belfast region and under the postcode that the New Zealand Post provides us. And similarly around the airport, you've got a couple of highlighted blocks here. I've not included the Akaroa. It's insignificant on this report, so I've actually just let Banks Peninsula work out, but it is available if we need it. So that just gives councillors an idea of things. And once again, it's not something that you'd bring up all the time. We'll come to council with different sort of pieces of information, just that help you understand some of what our rates issues are, or where our big debtors are, to give you an idea. So if there's any questions, I'm happy to field any questions.
Well, thanks, Len. That's very interesting information, especially around the arrears and some of the charts in terms of the cash flows of rates coming in. And primarily in terms of the arrears, they're mainly within the last year. Most of them.
The bulk still falls into that last quarter of
Yep.
18.
Yep.
And so, yes, and therefore those are the ones that come in. And from the September report to this report, there's a huge drop-off on that. And you'll see that we're always recovering something from every month. So, you know, there are sometimes where people are falling off the list as well. So you can see the movement of the change of numbers as well as the change in what the value is owed. That's at the bottom of page 89. That shows you those two areas there. So we are pulling back money all the time against those things.
Great. Andrew?
Just drilling down a little bit further into this map that you've provided, which you know, just contains some potentially useful information. When the text at the top, the relative size of each marker reflects relative value of outstanding arrears. Is that relative to arrears across the whole city, or relative to the amount of rates that would be paid in that area if everybody was paying on time?
It is purely an indicator as the value of rates against the whole bill that are in arrears. So up and towards the left where Christchurch Airport, they'll be in the thousands of dollars. But if you have a look going towards more into the central city, they're in the hundreds of thousands. So it's actually the size of debt owing in those areas, relative debt owing. So I could do it by number of clients or by value of the debt. And that the first one didn't sort of give an indication of who was actually sort of meaningless of how many the number is, but actually the value is more what I'm trying to report on.
So it's the value relative to the value of debt across the whole city?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So just drilling down a little bit further into your deliberate omission of Banks Peninsula. Of course, Banks Peninsula, and I noticed that Littleton is actually quite significant. Banks Peninsula, of course, is more than just Littleton, which is significant, and Akaroa, which you described as insignificant. There's Governor's Bay, there's Diamond Harbour, there's Little River, there are a number of other settlements as well. Were all of those insignificant and the only significance in Banks Peninsula was Littleton, or did you not look at that?
No, because if you look in Christchurch itself, there's probably 12 postcodes. But as you move towards Akaroa, you actually develop another 8. So that would take it from 12 to 20. And so the actual dots that are actually would move out that way actually are small in comparison to what these ones that are pure.
Because of the size of population?
Correct. Well, and to the relative size of their debt against the total debt, yes.
Okay, okay. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions on the arrears? Okay, that's all very good. So we have a resolution to receive the report, note the status of the Treasury policy and the rates and non-rates debtor balances. Do I have a mover for that? Moved Sarah, seconded Dion. Any debate? I'll put the motion. All in favour say aye. Aye. Against. That's carried. Thank you very much, Len. And Andrew.
Thank you.
Okay, 12:45. Okay, we'll go to item 14, the Akaroa Health Centre, because I think that should be pretty straightforward. Yes. Gavin, hello. So the significant Akaroa area health facility. So just give us a very quick high-level explanation of what this is about.
The Akaroa Community Health Trust has asked the council to make a grants targeted rate grant to it to complete its funding obligations to the Canterbury District Health Board for a new health centre in Akaroa. They've asked for up to $1.3 million and have asked that we look at that being funded by a targeted rate on all properties in the Akaroa area. So we have looked at that, done some modelling of the rate requirement, some options in terms of time frames, and those have come back now through a recommendation from the Banks Peninsula Community Board. We've done some work in recent days on exactly how the consultation might be undertaken. We think we now at an approach that will provide the council with some comfort regarding the views of the affected residents, and keep within the time frame to enable a decision to be made before the rate strike in June this year.
Okay, so we are simply facilitating this upfront payment on behalf of the community to provide for their piece of the funding of the health facility, and we will recoup the money through a targeted rate. That's correct. It's entirely proposed by the Akaroa Community Health Trust. Okie dokie. And this is really just outlining what process the consultation will take. Correct. Okie dokie. Any questions? Andrew?
Thank you. I've got a couple of questions. The first of which relates to the content of the consultation documents if we go ahead with this, because it's obviously important that the consultation documents have questions and prompts in them that will allow the hearings panel to have the information put in front of it to allow it to do its job effectively in terms of the latter part of this resolution. Clearly it's important that we get that right. And the other thing I'm looking at is, and these two comments do relate to the question I'm about to ask, the difference between the original Community Board recommendations and what we've got in front of us now, realising that there's some practical aspects as to why we need to do things differently than the Community Board had requested us to. The Community Board had requested the ability to formally approve the consultation document before it went out. Clearly that's not going to be possible because of timing constraints, so that we can get this done by the annual plan. But the Community Board presumably will have the ability to have sight of and informally comment on the consultation document before it goes out, because there's a level of local knowledge held by that Community Board that I think will be useful in that regard.
Absolutely. The board will be consulted on the contents of the document, and as you say, their understanding of their local community is a valuable part of how we communicate on an issue like this.
Yeah, and we would expect that there will be questions in that consultation document that would gauge both the level of support and level of participation, well, in fact, encourage a level of support and level of participation, so that the hearings panel has got, that information in front of it as well. I think they'll be the things the Community Board will be looking for, given the comments in the original Community Board recommendations. So can I request that there be a clear focus on how we both achieve and quantify level of support and level of participation?
Certainly there will be a question, a closed question as to whether people support or not the proposal, and that in itself will give the hearings panel a clear view of the absolute level of support, and the number of submissions we receive back will give the hearings panel an indication of the breadth of support across the community, so they will have the information they need to make a considered decision.
Thank you. And then one other area of difference. In the Community Board recommendation, they had asked that in fact, in the original staff recommendation, which is referenced as the preferred option in the Community Board recommendation, the item 2 of the original staff recommendation, 2B, that the rate be calculated on a proportional basis according to the capital value of each rating unit. So that's value-based rating. What we've got here agrees the amount of the grant will be recovered through a fixed charge targeted rate. You would then go to the revenue and financing policy as it was amended coming out of the LTP last year, which seems to conflict with that original staff recommendation. So I'm interested why the staff recommendation was for a value-based rate, whereas the revenue and financing policy in the relevant paragraph will usually be set, so targeted rate will usually be set as a fixed dollar charge per suet because this provides the most readily available revenue stream. Capital value or other rating basis will only be used if this is considered to generate very significant equity benefits. So interesting that we had an original staff recommendation to the community board that seemed to conflict with our own policy. And obviously there will be a view or some views in the Akaroa community about targeted rates, fixed or value-based. I'm just keen to tease that out now so that we can confidently proceed, assuming this is carried today, on the basis that we're proposing.
The revenue and financing policy does say that normally we would use a fixed charge, and that's an efficient way for the council to set a rate and to collect that rate. It's also a very clear way to communicate the impact it'll have on each individual ratepayer so that it'll all be the same. The original recommendation was based on possible affordability issues for some residents. And so there needs to be a weighing up of whether that is in actual fact a significant matter to be considered in terms of equity, or whether it is something that is overridden, if you like, by the efficiency of a fixed charge. So at the current recommendation, as I understand it, is for a fixed charge, and that's a perfectly appropriate way of doing it under the council's policy.
Yeah, so that reflects, so the staff recommendation is now in line with the policy, or the recommendation, or the proposal here is in line with the policy. And I guess to some extent that's mitigated by the option of a 4-year or 10-year spread of the rate, which to some extent mitigates the affordability, and residents will have the ability to comment on that during the consultation period.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Excellent. Any other questions? Okay. Look, I'm happy to move this. Do I have a seconder? Seconded Sarah. If there's no further questions, I'll open it for debate. Andrew?
I'll just make some brief comments on this because, you know, clearly the community board had certain expectations when they put their recommendations through. I've communicated informally back to the community board the reasons why we're needing to look at this differently, particularly because of timing, and also the need, as we attempted to express it at the community board, to be able to quantify the level of support required and also the level of participation required, because of course the result of this, if it's adopted as a targeted rate in the upcoming annual plan, will be that the whole community is rated by way of that targeted rate. We need to make sure that we run a fair, transparent and equitable process at every turn as we achieve that. But I'd certainly like to take the opportunity to acknowledge the work that the Health Hub Trust have done. It's great that they've done significant planning work and partnership work with the DHB and others to get this project to where it is, including significant fundraising. That means that we're looking at a far shorter gap to be filled by, a far smaller gap to be filled by way of the targeted rate than we otherwise would. But I would also stress to councillors that our job here today is to make decisions around, first of all, our appetite in principle, to look at a targeted rate, and then our decision to go out for consultation with the Akaroa subdivision community to determine their appetite for it. So, you know, we've got to where we've got to, the Health Trust have got to where they've got to in terms of the environment that we're making this decision in, and I certainly commend the work that they've done. Our decision today really is just to focus on this mechanism and what that targeted rate might look like. I'm supportive of this. The question really is, are we supportive of the community being able to have the say on a matter which is important for the community in a number of ways? It's about the ability for health facilities to be provided to an extent that allows people to remain in Akaroa, to age in place, to remain in their own community when they need those services. And it's also about the ability of the Akaroa community to have their say on how that is funded and whether they are in agreement with funding that by way of a targeted rate. The council really is only involved because of that change that we made to our revenue and financing policy, and because we already have a relationship with Akaroa ratepayers, because either they live in our district or they own property in our district and therefore receive a rates demand from us. So I think this is an entirely appropriate use of the change that we made in the long-term plan last year. I'm absolutely in favour of asking the community whether they're in favour of this process or not. The only way we can do that is through a robust consultation process, and from the answers to the questions I asked, I'm certainly very confident that we'll be able to achieve that.
Any other debate? Well, look, I mean, I think this is a great idea. You know, the council is acting as a facilitator on behalf of the community. If the community chooses to proceed along these lines, it's cost neutral to us. But I think, you know, there will be many times where a small or localised community wants to do something which is just slightly outside of what council normally does, and therefore shouldn't be a cost to the whole ratepayer base, but certainly the local community wants to do it, and we can facilitate that really by providing cash flow support. So I think it's a great idea. But as Andrew said, this is now over to the community to decide on whether they'd like to progress or not, and we will follow their feedback after the hearings panel. So I'll put the motion. All in favour say aye. Aye. Against? That's carried. Thank you very much. And we are now going to break for lunch. We will resume the meeting at 2 o'clock. Thank you very much. We all ready at the back?
Apologies for Phil Clearwater for lateness.
For? Oh.
It's Phil Clearwater for lateness.
What time? Yeah. Okay, we'll be quick. Okay, so item 15. Dave, who's going to do the Linwood Pool presentation? Or is anyone? Ah, yes, I'm sure you could. Okay, item 15, wastewater heat recovery. Proposal for Linwood Pool.
Oh.
You are?
Nigel Cox from
Hello,
Head
Nigel.
Sports.
Okay, far away.
That's great. I thought I'd give a brief overview of the background we've got to with the report, because most of it's contained within it. Obviously, we're here today to make, for the Finance Performance Committee of the whole, to make a decision on the CapEx funding of the wastewater heat recovery system. As we go back, obviously the site was selected in May by the Community Board, so 141 Smith Street. Since then, the consultants have been engaged in September, and they've been working through the Balkan location. As part of that, they worked through the energy systems that could be used within the facility. In November, we received a wastewater heat recovery feasibility study that talked about the potential of using wastewater heat recovery over and above the air source system. We have used air source previously at Taiora QE2, so it's an efficient system, but because of the location of 141 Smith Street, there's the opportunity to use wastewater heat recovery, which is the same system that's being used at the Metro Sports facility. As we went through that, we were developing the concept and the busting and trying to get the estimates of how much it would cost to deliver, so that's why we've got that today. At the same time, there's been a community engagement in December around the pre-concept design for the pool, and we're here today with 4 options to potentially run that wastewater heat recovery. The key part as we go through this is the financial part of it, but also it's the climate change leadership element that we want it to be noted as you go through the benefits and the disadvantages of the report. So the preferred option that we are proposing today is to take a little bit of pain and reprioritise within the existing R&R buildings and program for rec and sport, so not asking for new money. Didn't want to reduce the scope of the project, help pay for it out of the existing budget, and mindful of asking for new money as well. So the preferred option is obviously to fund out of the R&R program. The advantage of that is it reduces the energy required by a third, so 290 kilowatts per year saving, which transforms to 37 tonnes of a carbon saving per annum. Also creates an operational saving of $41,000 per year. Reprioritisation within the existing CapEx budget, doesn't require new funding through the annual plan process, and it also allows the concept design to continue on for sign-off by the Community Board in the middle of this year, so it doesn't cause any delays to the program. The disadvantage is obviously there's the potential negative public perception of the increase in the budget for the Linwood Pool, the deferral of planned building renewals in FY21 for the RSU program. And I guess as we go through that, it's not an easy decision we've made, but as we go through the building part of it, it's the deferral of replacement of toilets, changing rooms, gutters, the likes that we can sweat off. We have been doing that since the earthquake, and we'll continue to do that. It's certainly not any of the high priority mechanical and stuff that will close the doors. So it will have an impact on look and feel for the customers, but in terms of it, it's one of the options that we have to go through. And I guess that's kind of the summary of it as we go through. Obviously there's a technical and feasibility report that's attached, there's some cost estimates. We want to do this as quick as we can. Obviously I would have liked to have brought it earlier, but I wanted to have certainty around cost, and we didn't get that till late in the piece last year, so hence I'm here today.
I mean, it seems like you're presenting this as an extra cost, and you use the word pain, and that we'll have to go without some other stuff, but it seems to me this is an investment. And I'm unsure why, given the impact on reduced energy use, obviously reduction in emissions, this is not seen as an investment in the future. Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, in turn, I agree it is an investment in the future. The budget was set in 2015 as part of the LTP, so it didn't have this as a consideration of that. The impact is if we don't do it within the existing budget, then the options are that we would need to reduce the scope within the project, because there's $1 million that would need to go towards this as opposed to other areas. That's the...
But there's a payback for this.
There is a payback.
It's $1 million, let's say, upfront cost, and you're saving 40-odd thousand a year against that.
Yes.
Yep.
I think that's why the unit are recommending it, because they see it as an investment.
I just think the way you're presenting it probably could change a bit. Pauline?
Yeah, thank you. Can you just talk me through what the air source heating involves? Obviously it uses electricity, it's different than a ground source heating.
Yes.
So how does the air source heating work? Takes the temperature of the air?
It does, takes the temperature of the air, a bit like a heat pump that you'd have at home. So it takes the temperature of the air, works through that. So to get that up to temperature takes quite a bit of electricity. By using the thermal mass from the wastewater heat recovery, it means it's not heating from such low levels, so it makes the air source more efficient to do.
Right. So when you convert that electricity use to carbon emissions, don't we use pretty much 90-something% clean electricity from sustainable energy?
Yeah, we do. In the report, it talks about I think it's the ECA funding model that I've used, that calculator, to calculate the carbon savings that they go through by the reduced energy consumption.
Seems quite, I just can't quite figure how, if we're using sustainable electricity, how it actually equates to that level of carbon emissions, which I think is really important, because, I mean, option 4 could just be to use the air source heating. Sure, you don't save the OPEX, but that OPEX is going to take 20 to 25 years to recoup anyway. So I think the key is, how did you arrive at that emissions, carbon emissions?
So in attachment A on the back page, it talks about how the carbon savings were calculated. It talks about using the ECA carbon calculator, that's industry standard, so they've used that to calculate the carbon footprint savings from Allied Energy, who provided the feasibility and the summary document.
Well, we have to accept that figure, but I thought if electricity was sustainable, it wouldn't have the carbon emissions.
I can go back in.
I think what Pauline is saying is that if we used heat pumps, obviously that's using clean electricity, but what the heat recovery will do is use less electricity. So that's where the savings in carbon emissions comes from.
If there are carbon emissions in the first place, is my question.
I just say that, except that of course council has one of its energy suppliers as Genesis,
it's only
which has Huntley.
Very small proportion.
No, because we're in the all of government scheme. It has quite a good proportion of Genesis Energy as our electricity provider. So we're currently paying Genesis Energy to burn coal to supplement North Islanders while we use the South Island power. The standard that's used is an industry standard for right across every every electricity supplier in the country.
Yeah. So that must be where you get your carbon emission statistic from?
It is, that's the calculator that is used.
Yeah.
So to get us, that's where it's come from, as opposed to being Christchurch with this specific project, specific calculator for what it would be.
Aaron?
That was my first question, was where does that come from when you can almost 100%. I know that it's a shared load model and that's an economic model, but the electricity from the dams down south doesn't flow past here to, I mean, it doesn't come from the North Island back the other way to heat out, no, it just doesn't. There's so much electricity generated clean in the South Island. Otherwise, why are we going to encourage everyone to go electric cars if it's going to have thousands of tonnes of carbon? Doesn't it defeat itself? Whereas the South Island is perfectly placed because it has good renewable energy sources. That's why I'm surprised that that number's in here. So that was my first question, and then my other one was around the cost per annum saving is the 41,000, but versus the capital cost, which is it equates to 25.9 years to pay it back. What about the maintenance cost over that time? Wouldn't mechanical gear like this be fully replaced within a 25-year life, or its maintenance would be about the same cost as its capital cost again?
it is in terms, so the heat source pumps are still required, so there's no benefit of the operational cost of replacement of the items. We're just still using heat source pumps, but just at a higher level, so they're more efficient, so you've got less of them. So there's no additional cost of maintaining the wastewater heat recovery versus the air source.
So there is no additional maintenance costs on that gear over that period?
No.
None at all?
Not the transfer of the gear that would be in there versus changing to this.
So they were the same. Okay, cool. That was the other one.
Sarah?
What's the life expectancy for a sort of a council pool facility? It's around 50 years.
50 years.
So, in theory, it'd be paid off in less than about half the life of the pool. But the money we would be saving is OPEX, which is actually much more rates intensive than the CAPEX we'd be spending up front. Is that right? Yeah. Okay.
Jamie, and then Jimmy.
Two there. Thank you for that. Two questions from me. One, and what's been touched on by all of the last councillors, actually everyone, the payback period. I'm just keen to know whether or not there is a guide for staff around what payback sort of time frame is acceptable. Is there something that we work with? If the payback period is 10 years, that's fine. Have we got any guiding policy or thought process around what we deem to be feasible, and at what point is it no longer feasible from a cost perspective? And the second question really is, and this isn't a loaded one, so please don't take it this way, the question, but it's always all well and good to say we'll find it from the existing budget, which obviously means, yes, there's not a rates impact, but it does mean something drops off, and it's very hard, I find, and I don't know if others share this, to then make that decision now. It feels palatable, but it just defers the hard question, which is what drops off. So have staff done any work, or will there be any recommendations around what is likely to miss out then as a result of that? So one, guiding policy around payback period, and two, what does come off as a result of the staff recommendation, or what would be recommended?
Yeah, so about the payback period, obviously there's the financial payback period, which is calculated through this report, and it's a conservative estimate as they go through. I guess the other part of this is the role in climate change leadership. So there's the financial payback, but then there's the other part, hence we've gone down that pathway. In terms of there's no guiding policy that says you will do this. It's a common sense approach and comes back. Similar to previously when we brought the chlorine generation, Toilet QE2, we brought that to the table because that had a significant payback period. That's the first one. The second part, we're currently going through detailing the conditional assessments for FY21's R&R program. That needs to be loaded by May this year. So the staff are going through gathering the information of all the assets, and there's $203 million in the Reckon Sport area. So have that information clear and loaded by May this year. So we don't have all the detail yet because it's a piece of work they're going through, but certainly indications are going through. It's likely to be, in terms of, like I said, replacement toilets, carpet and changing rooms. So look and feel, certainly nothing critical from a shutting the doors perspective.
Cool. Well, I know there could be $1 million on the toilets.
Yeah, we go through.
Okay, thank you.
Jimmy?
Thank you. The first one regarding the paragraph 5.13. Who are those, or who is their potential, possible third party? Who are those?
Right, in terms of ECA,
yeah.
In terms of what I spoke to, also have talked to the Rada Foundation, and then going from there about how they could invest into this. The Rada Foundation conversation around investment into these types of initiatives with the payback period over time. But I guess what this, if a decision was made today, gives us surety to pursue those third-party funding options, knowing that it's going ahead, and obviously that would offset the amount the council would contribute to the wastewater heat recovery.
Okay, thank you. Second question is regarding to the current the council the kind of project program, except this kind of Linwood Pool to use this kind of new initiative. Have any other project will be used in the near future or not?
Yes, so Metro Sports is using the system.
Yeah. But they already on the budget.
They're working
only
through
this
that.
one, essentially.
I dare say in terms of Hornby, if they were located in a different location, we're looking at using the same system, Jimmy. In terms of, but internationally, this is used quite a bit, and that's in the report as well. But nothing in New Zealand yet. But Metro Sports has committed to using wastewater heat recovery.
Okay, thank you.
Sarah?
Happy to move.
Oh, okay. Happy to move. Do I have a seconder? Seconded Yanni. Yes. Did you second it?
Yeah, happy
okay.
to.
Second and a question, yep.
Oh yeah, just so given we've got the service centre next door, have we got any estimates about hooking into that as well for the power? I know that in the report it makes reference to the library, potential future library, but yeah, do we have any sort of idea of hooking it up to that service centre that's currently there?
Yes, so in the report it talks about there's 12,000 kilowatts available from this. In terms of then the estimate for the pool or this facility usage is 800, so there's capacity there to do additional facilities on top of that, whether that would be the on the nursery side across the road or rugby league or those. So there's the potential to connect others to the system and utilising the same outdoor plant infrastructure.
I'm just trying to understand from agreeing to it with the pool, how future-proofed it, I mean not future-proofed, but how if those facilities could hook in either earlier or would they need to do it at the same time, or what would be the process?
Certainly in terms of they'll be able to connect into it, in terms of the development plan for the service centre library, in terms of we'd need to do that at the same time of what you're going to do for that particular site and work your way through it. So you don't have to connect now, they can connect in the future to it if they wish to. Okay.
Phil?
Thanks, Nigel. I just wanted to ask you about the perception of having a pipe for this heat exchange right sort of presumably around the actual wastewater line. So does that not present some problems of perception and possible any real problems for the future in terms of we're running a sewer alongside the heat exchanger?
I don't believe so in terms of the connection of the heat exchanger comes off the sewer line and then connects back to it. In terms of across the park, I think the report covers that, so no, it's all underground and I don't believe there is any.
Thanks.
Any other questions? Mike, yes.
Thank you. Obviously we've set the budget already for this. So I guess the question is there going to be any other $1 million surprises coming for this pool? Or are we expecting this to be the last increase we see on the budget?
I think no surprises coming up until to go through. This is the one to have the concept designed off in the middle of the year so we can progress with this. Bear in mind you could decide not to do this today, so it's an option for you to work through, but I don't think there's anything else that we could surprise you with.
Pauline?
Sorry, just repeating my question earlier, that the geotech report initially has shown it's a challenging site. Are we expecting any surprises there compared to what we've budgeted?
Not that I'm aware of as they go through. So they have done additional geotech work on the site in terms of over and above what they've done previously to make sure there's no surprises before we do and finalise the concept design and then go to market for the people who are going to build it.
Apparently, we've been told this morning that we won't know till next week the results of that.
Of the Linwood site to go through. In terms of that, I'm certainly not from the project perspective because we commissioned additional technical work to make sure that we were aware of all the ground conditions to go through.
Thanks.
Are there any issues with the local community in terms of any kind of consultation around putting this type of technology into a community area?
No, in terms of as you go through because it's underground. At the same time, we're doing the work on the parks and that. So, no, there should be no issues around how we're going to heat or provide energy to the facility as we work through that.
And when you talk about the third-party funding, you mentioned ECA and RATA. Have you spoken to central government at all?
No, not yet. We haven't approached anyone in terms of specifically with this project to go through, but certainly through our teams in council, they're aware of approaches we can make. And if there's the opportunity there, we'll do that as well.
And in terms of, you mentioned Metro Sports are looking at putting this in. What kind of interaction have you had with them?
They are putting it in terms to go through interaction. I sit on the control group for Metro Sports, so going through that, and we've shared information about the reasons they're doing it at Metro Sport because of the location of the sewer through down the main street. So, yeah, fully involved as we work through, and same with the council staff. So Mike Burke and his team have reviewed and provided advice through to Allied, who did the feasibility study for us.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, well, we've got a mover and a seconder, so I'm happy to open it up for debate. Sarah, would you like to open the debate?
Just very briefly, I mean, while we might not make this decision on a purely financial basis, as the payback is a longish one, it still does make financial sense for ratepayers when we look at the long-term OPEX savings. We also have strategic priorities around climate change leadership and becoming a sustainable 21st century city. And this is an opportunity to show the leadership that we're expecting from others. Frankly, it's a no-brainer, and I'm really happy to vote in favour.
Okay, thank you. Pauline?
Yeah, I mean, the thing, I feel that I'm sort of between a rock and a hard place on this because it is, as Councillor Templeton's just referred to, the climate change principles. We must respect those and we must honour those because we're trying to lead in that area. And indeed, the operational savings are logical, especially for a community facility. But we've still got to find $1 million and something's going to have to give. And we don't have the specifics on that, and this is what always tends to come back and bite us. And I know there's other areas where we've had to change the scope in order to find that $1 million. So I find this very difficult to, very difficult decision to actually decide between these two options. However, we've asked the pertinent questions. You've assured us that any reduction in services and repairs and stuff will be minor and probably dispersed through the program. So in light of that, I'm going to support this today, but reluctantly finding another $1 million for a community facility.
Phil?
Thank you, and I'm going to support it too. I just think that we're facing huge climate change. We've got no idea of the real future energy costs. We know from the report that in fact a pool like this uses up 5 times as much energy as most, say, equivalent large buildings. And so it just seems to me, I agree with Sarah Templeton, that in fact this in effect is a no-brainer. If we're really going to show leadership around climate change, which is one of our key strategies as a council.
Glenn?
Thank you. Just looking at the calculator, looking at the CapEx OPEX equation and cost benefit, if this is not going to have a direct ratepayer impact, then if we assume the life of the asset is say 50 years, the calculator suggests that would be a saving of $2,075,000. So because that's the OPEX saving per year, so you multiply that out by 50. So it seems to me if we're putting in an extra $1 million now for that saving, we know that it's actually the OPEX costs that really hit us in the rates. So all that we can do to bring that down over the life of an asset, I can go with this.
Yanni?
Yeah, I strongly support this. I think this just makes sense using an existing resource rather than using new resources through our electricity system. So I think the sustainability argument in this is compelling, right? And I would point out that, it's ironic that we find funding for private developers in the central city to have sustainability measures, but we struggle to get funding for our own facilities. We should lead by example and be proud to do so. And if we can't afford to fund private people to get sustainability measures, then we should definitely be doing it ourselves. So I think the question about where the funding comes from, we've heard that there'll be operational savings, and I think that, that will pay itself off over time. And so, yeah, I think this is just a no-brainer. It makes sense. I have concerns that staff have addressed through any potential increase in odour, but staff have reassured us that there will be no odour issues with this, and that being said, then I'm really happy to support this.
Mike?
Thanks. I think it's really important actually when we're building these facilities we take into account sustainability and the whole of life costs. I guess what we've got here is already a set budget and we're looking to increase that by roughly 5%. And so, do we increase it or do we just look at the current budget as it stands and work within it? It is not a straightforward question because we do it here. Are we going to do it for every single building that we've got a budget set for and say, actually, here's a great idea for sustainability, we'll add another 5% to that project cost, and where does it stop? And our budgets are tight, and every time we do something like this, and we've done it before, something's going to have to miss out. another community may have to miss out on something that they need. So I think we just need to be a little bit careful when we say, oh, it's going to repay itself after 25 years, oh, it's only $1 million. It all impacts, and impacts ratepayers in the communities we represent.
Dave?
Yes, thank you. Look, I'm fully supportive of using new innovative technology for heat recovery and heating of our facilities. There are a number of them coming forward, and I'm always reminded perhaps of some of the groundwater heating options that have been proposed for various facilities, and building something like an ice skating rink next door to it just negates all of the energy that is used in this thing. So yeah, I support that. I'll just make one comment, I think, tongue-in-cheek, where there's been a wee bit of a conversation about climate change and how we should be adapting to that. If climate change predictions are correct, 1 metre sea level rise will affect the city up to Lancaster Park, so perhaps this will be underwater in 100 years' time.
Okay. Any other comments to make? Aaron, have you been? No?
Yeah. Sorry. It's the that's going to be the new foreshore pool. The hot pools will be at Linwood at that point, David. So my two comments. I do struggle with this because of. I agree with Mike. It's $1 million. It's that money on the project now. It takes 26 years to pay itself back. I don't think we've had a pool in Christchurch that's not been fully redeveloped and fixed up and changed over inside of 26 years. We do them all, and the Kiwi 2 that opened in '74 was a bit of a dump by the 80s and needed a massive overhaul. And had a lot of money spent on it. Then was turned into a really awesome pool again. Jelly Park opened in '64. It's had 3 complete remodels in that amount of time, and the cost just keeps going and going and going. So you won't see your return of cost before the place is completely remodelled and fixed up. That's just the nature of the quality we like to keep our assets at. We don't sweat our assets for 25 to 50 years as a pool and not touch them. That just does not happen. And we've never had that in our city's history, and I can't see us changing. And then the other question I have is around the carbon emissions and the savings on the electricity when the South Island uses 98% hydro electricity, and then we have some other bits and pieces. We basically don't have dirty electricity in the South Island. We create good, clean electricity, and so that should be our one of the song sheets we use, but at times we flip it the other way and use the eco model to apply to make something look good. So I'm sometimes dubious of using those equations. If the pool was in the North Island, yes, it would have a completely different outcome for the environment, but not in the South Island. This is a really clean place for electricity. In fact, one of the cleanest in the entire world. So for anyone on the other side of the world now with a large business looking to move to another country, come here if you're a greenie. Come to the South Island, set up, you'll be welcome.
Dion?
I support the principle of the idea. I think it's a really cool innovation, and I would have loved to have seen more of these innovations as we started to do projects and we signed off on them at the starting point for the budgets. So from that point of view, I'm actually not going to support the resolution today. Because I think we're going, from my perspective, a little bit back to front. I think we should have gone and sort of asked what sort of funding is there available at the central government level or other funding sources first, and then said, hey, look, we've found this funding source, we've got this great innovation. Because the point that I'm trying to make on this is that we do have existing budgets. I'm very uncomfortable with just having a resolution saying it'll be reprioritised within an existing budget for financial year 21 without actually seeing some data on what that is. So I just sort of want to sort of crack down on those kind of things, because we are probably going to face a tail end at some point in time and go, how are we going to get that money across the line or whatever. When we talk about financial point of view, I've just sort of done some rough numbers. It's about, this $1 million will be from some sort of borrowing, so it's about 50,000-ish, or actually about $46,000 for interest on that over a 30-year repayment period. So I mean, from a financial point of view, it doesn't really cover a heck of a lot of money there. So I mean, I do support the idea in principle, and from the from the climate change bit, I really support that. But I would have liked to have seen the data first and then make the decision.
Any other? Are you going to finish off, Sarah? Okay, well, I'll just say my piece. I mean, this is really difficult. It's, I think, quite frankly, you needed to do more work on this paper. I think it needed to have a much better investment case. You needed to have spoken to third-party funders before you brought it. And it's just, on the balance of risks, it doesn't quite stack up for me. I mean, the repayment would probably be about 8% a year, which would be $80,000 a year to repay the principal. So the payback, is actually getting out towards 25, 30 years. So I could support this, but not in its current state. If you came back in a month and said, okay, we've spoken to these parties, we've got some third-party funding, this is a long-term investment. I'm not seeing a lot of the sustainability people that we've got inside the organisation promoting this as part of a bigger investment framework. So I'm a little bit like Dion, just struggling to support this on what's being presented today. Sarah?
Thanks. So one of the lessons really from this is that we need to make sustainable technologies part of the scope at the start of a project for all our new builds, and to make sure that the budget is set appropriately. If we decide not to go ahead now and take it out of the current budget, then actually it's not going to happen, because we're not going to change the scope of this pool once again. It's already been cut down from the original scope that we talked at the beginning of the project. All we're doing is deferring some maintenance and sweating some assets, is what we've been told. We're not stopping any communities from getting any new equipment at this point. And it's all very well to say that we use clean electricity, but actually as a council we voted on going for the all of government contract, well, some people did, some of us didn't, which has a large component of Genesis Energy burning coal, and we are continuing to pay them to burn coal no matter where our electricity actually comes from in the lines. Frankly, I'd like to be paying them less and actually keep their coal usage that much lower. Just to talk of this as a financial thing and talk about the assets in that way is actually not enough at this point. We do need to be doing our bit to cut emissions. We have set targets as a council, and people voted on whether we set a net neutrality target as a council for 2030, and we've passed that as a council. This is one way we can start working towards that.
Okay, I will put...
Sorry, may I ask a process question?
Yeah, sure.
Mr. Chair? I'm just thinking, would it matter another month? Because I think the chair of the committee, could we come back? I mean, I think it'd be good to have a good, strong vote on this either way. So well, that leads into a process.
I think, but we're going to vote on this motion.
Yeah.
But if it's lost, then we'll have to come up with another motion. So perhaps if it's lost, then that might be the time for it, because it looks like there's a will for people to move it through. That'd be my suggestion, Mr. Chair.
I think let's vote on this and then we'll take it from there. Yeah?
Okay. Right.
Okay, everyone.
I'm signaling I'm going to change my mind then, so I'll vote against it on those grounds.
Okay, I'll put the motion. All in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against? No. Okay, we better have a split there. I think the ayes carried it, but just to make sure.
Councillor Johansson?
Yes.
Councillor Swiggs? Councillor Templeton?
Yes.
Councillor Mungie?
No.
Councillor Keown?
No.
Councillor Galloway?
Is that a yes?
Councillor Chen?
Yes.
Councillor Davidson?
No.
Councillor Cotter?
I'm going to abstain because there's no information.
Mayor? Councillor Turner?
Yes.
Councillor Scundra isn't here. Councillor Goff?
No.
Nearly. You nearly got
Councillor
here.
Goff?
Yes.
Councillor Livingston?
No.
Councillor East?
Yes.
And Councillor Clearwater?
Yes.
Nine for yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 for no.
Okay, that's carried. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Nigel. And good luck with your third-party funding. Okay, item 16. Do we have my thing up here? Did Brendan come to you?
Oh, we've got. Yeah. Oh. Do you want it as a new row? Just
what it is there? Anyone coming to the table for this one? Well, basically, I have a resolution up here that I'm moving. Do I have a seconder for that?
Can you scroll up a bit so I can see the...
It's the one at the bottom, so I'm moving that. Seconded by Glenn.
Could I signal, Mr. Chair? I like the general thrust of it, but I would be keen to make a slight amendment to that. But
yes, pray tell.
Is now the right time to signal what that would be? I would say, instead of declining, I would move as an amendment that this item be referred to the Central City Development Forum and a workshop be held with the key stakeholders.
How do people feel about that? No, I mean, I think we need to send a signal. That doesn't mean that something can't come back after due discussion.
No, absolutely, and I obviously respect your chair's recommendation there, but just I also agree that we need to send a signal, though a slightly different one. So respectfully, then I've put an amendment. There might not be a seconder for it.
Okay. So let's just read that out again, Jamie.
My amendment would be, well, actually, there isn't. As soon as you have a seconder for your one,
I do. So Glenn's second.
Okay, then that's an amendment. So, and that would be that the item be referred to the Central City Development Forum and a workshop be held with key stakeholders.
Okay.
It's not an amendment, it's a negative. It's a foreshadowed motion.
Okay, then I'll foreshadow the motion. Yeah, whatever works. No, I don't need a seconder for a foreshadowed motion then. If that is easy for everyone.
Referring, it's a completely different.
So in terms of referring the item, that's the whole item, is what you're suggesting.
What's it, sorry?
What you're suggesting is referring the whole item?
Yeah, send the whole item there. So I wouldn't decline it, but I would say what we've got there, and look, and I don't want to get into debate, it's not time, but I don't think that the report or the recommendations that we've got there is that we're quite there yet. Though in saying that, that's not to say that nothing should happen, something should happen, it's just we can do something better. So instead of killing it right now, I'd rather refer it to the Central City Development Forum, following on from David Lynch's deputation as well. Engage with those relevant stakeholders, see what works for them, and address those issues there. But I'm probably
Are you happy with that, Glenn? You're second it? No, but I'm happy with that actually.
This one is clear. That one that remains up in the air. We've got an annual plan coming to us on Tuesday. And that remains.
I think we can make a decision on this, but you can still keep the conversation going.
Yeah. All right. Okay, let's stick with the resolution that's being moved.
So, Mr. Chair, is mine an amendment or a foreshadowed motion?
A foreshadowed
motion.
Okay, so it remains a foreshadowed one. That's fine.
Okay, people. So, any questions on that, or are we happy to move? Yeah, Dion.
I was just going to ask, are we able to note if in this somehow to recognise the deputation this morning and potentially invite that person to come to the discussion as well?
No, we have recognised the deputation already this morning.
What's that, sorry?
We've recognised the deputation already that Mr. Lynch made.
Yeah.
Yep.
But could we invite, well, specifically say invite them to the key stakeholders meeting that we're going to have?
Well, if we get there, that's a different story. So we're going to vote on my resolution.
I see what you've done.
Yes.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Anne?
Sorry. As I said previously, I think to me it feels like it's just too one-sided. So I, along with Jamie, would like an opportunity for the retailers to discuss and come up with some ideas for them, you know, from their perspective on how to make the most of the events that are being planned for the central city. So I'm not sure how we go forward with that, but I think that needs to somehow be considered.
Yeah, I mean, I think the reality is the Central City Development Forum can continue to monitor that, and we're happy to look at proposals that they come up with. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, is there any debate on that? Jamie?
Might as well rip into it then. So a bit of change of tact. So in light of the chair's recommendation there, that's absolutely fine, but I will be voting against it, and obviously putting forward the foreshadowed motion that this item be referred to the Central City Development Forum for a workshop to be held with the key stakeholders. And the reason why is I just don't think, and don't get me wrong, if this passes, we're happy to monitor it, because you've told us to. I just think that everyone's just a bit sick of monitoring, because everyone's monitoring and there's heaps of reports, and at the end of the day, the fundamental question is, what are the issues and how can council play a part in solving them? And that's what we actually need. We don't need more monitoring or more reports or anything like that. We just need some action on it. And I think the frustration with the report that we had is the fundamental question isn't asked, nor is it answered. So the issues and the barriers to the central city, as per virtually every independent report and every one of the multiple organisations that are monitoring it, are the following, and they're all intertwined. It's a lack of residence and a lack of residential development at every level. It's a broad mix that you need. Cost of central city land, cost of construction, consenting and compliance, delay of anchor projects, financing, both the front end and pre-sale requirements, competition from the suburbs and suburban shopping areas, competition from neighbouring councils, urban design requirements, and car parking. Now, this isn't my list. I've just recited the reoccurring themes. So the lack of a marketing campaign and another full-time employee doesn't feature on any of this lists, and that doesn't surprise me. So I would suggest that we need to be more targeted around directly addressing what the problems are. So, look, on one hand, we've got some recommendations there which the council as a whole isn't comfortable with. The chair has put something else forward, but I still don't think that cuts the mustard, and I think that we need to actually take action with it instead of just monitoring. So make no mistake about it, car parking is a major, and I think a joined up strategy with the private sector in this area, so we're all working hand in glove to deliver what we need, which is critical mass, can't be underestimated. The free parking works. Yes, there is a cost to everything, but it has value in it too, hence why the malls do that. I think most of what's in the report that we've got in front of us can be done by the existing people anyway, be that the Central City Business Association, Christchurch NZ, and current investors and retailers. So I believe that our role as a council should be to fill the gap or to work to solve problems that those others are not in a position to be able to solve. So my view is I'll be voting against the chair's recommendation in light of my foreshadowed motion, because I believe that the best thing to do would be to workshop it directly with the people who are affected by this, and from there we can make a recommendation on how we can best fill the gaps and address what those fundamental problems actually are instead of more monitoring.
Thank you. Glenn?
Thanks, Ref. My responses are here, like we've already invested by 100 million with Tūranga. So that's brought people into the city. Others are doing things too, and that's happened just in the course of the regulatory space. Hoyts with the food courts, there's a new school coming in. Can anyone give me an answer to how would 280,000 of OPEX ratepayer money actually add value to a lot of these events which already stand on their own? I mean, if you wanted to do something, you could leverage off something like the marathon and support funding towards the traffic compliance costs, because that brings money, people into the city, etc., etc. So you've got a really good multiplier effect which you could add value to there. I just really, nothing is leaping out at how this would benefit. There are some hard realities. Winter is still winter, so there are things we can do and things we have done, but I'm actually not convinced. There's no proof of concept that 280k, it's recognised, I know, there's no silver bullet, but for me there's no proof of concept that this is going to be part of that.
Anyone else? Dave?
I'm going to vote against the chair's recommendation as well. We heard of a quite good presentation this morning which suggested we should be working in a commercial partnership with the CBD businesses, and I think the foreshadowed motion offers us the opportunity to pursue the matter further and to be looking at, as Jamie said, the core issues of what is the problem with the inner city.
Yanni?
Look, I think this council has been incredibly generous towards the central city. We've invested millions and millions, tens of millions, in development contribution rebates, for example, and we've had hardly any reporting on that, whether it's been effective or not, and I welcome the opportunity for us to discuss that at some stage. But you know, the reality is that we've got our own buildings as a council in the central city that are still boarded up, not being fixed. We simply cannot afford to keep propping up private development in the central city when we can't afford to fix our own buildings and our own social housing and actually get on top of our maintenance. I think we've got more pressing issues that we actually need to deliver as a council, things that we are responsible for, things that we own. It was really interesting when the River Promenade opened, and when I walked down there and looked at the development that was happening, to walk past our city that's boarded up and fenced off, to walk past the provincial buildings which is boarded off and fenced off, you know, a number of buildings that we own that are not really making much progress on. So, you know, I understand that things may be tough for people in the central city. We've been incredibly generous and invested significantly already. We now need to get on and focus on the things that we have direct responsibility of, in my view. So we cannot keep giving out these sorts of grants when the difference isn't clear what difference it's making. We've been criticised for things like the night noodle market. When we actually bring events in, we get criticised for they're competing with existing hospitality operators. And so, you know, I think Councillor Goff has raised a number of things that are much better addressed through other forums, like the development that's happening in our suburbs in terms of shopping malls expanding, and I welcome the debate around urban design, which we still have yet really to have as a council, but we do know that the previous government removed most of the urban design requirements in our city, so I look forward to that. But this package is not going to help. I fully support the Chairman's recommendation.
The Mayor?
Thank you. I'm going to vote for the recommendation, but I want to speak to kind of the importance of the fact that the Central City Development Forum has been established now with its deliberate focus on the central city. I don't believe that the foreshadowed motion is required for the Central City Development Forum to bring back good ideas to this council. That is why we've established it. I mean, it does look in the action plan as if it's something brand new, that it's only just been operating since late last year, but that's not correct. The Development Forum has operated the whole time that I've been the Mayor of Christchurch, and we deliberately, and I thought strategically, redirected its focus to the central city for a reason, and it was to do precisely this. When we asked staff to report back in conjunction with Christchurch NZ on a number of strategies to direct attention to the difficulties experienced in the central city over the winter in particular, before the anchor projects are finished, and in the period within which that residential development hasn't delivered as much as we would have hoped, we've ended up in the situation that it's really just that city winter package that it's not adequate, and I don't want to send a message out there that we're prepared to set aside $250,000 from ratepayers' money in order to do something that we're already doing, and doing with a variety of different approaches through Christchurch NZ and through the Christchurch Business
the Central City Business Association. And to me, it's them working together that is going to produce the answers to the questions that we're looking for. So I don't approve putting $250,000 on budget, and I would like the Central City Development Forum to continue as it has started on progressing these good ideas for the Central City.
Andrew?
In a very similar vein, I mean, I think we need to bear in mind that what we're voting on today is the establishment of this package. We're not voting on our support in general for the Central City, and there are a number of bodies and agencies who do have the regeneration, the activation of the Central City absolutely at the core of what they're doing or what they should be doing anyway. The CCBA, Christchurch NZ, and in fact the Central City Development Forum all have roles to play here and are playing those roles and will continue to do so. I'm just failing to see the link between spending $280,000 and positive outcomes in the winter. The point has been made that Christchurch is seasonal. Christchurch will always, to some extent, be seasonal because of the fact that we're on one of 3 little islands in the middle of 2 large oceans, and we're at a latitude that we are. There will always be a seasonal challenge. That will be mitigated to some extent by the completion of anchor projects such as the stadium, the convention centre, possibly the multi-use arena as well. But I believe that we've got agencies in place whose role it is to do this. I believe that they can do that job well. As I say, I'm just not seeing the link between the $280,000 price tag and any possibility of a positive outcome that's relevant to the problem which we've got, which possibly still requires some closer problem definition as well.
Anyone else? Dion?
Oh yeah, I wasn't going to support the original resolution because it did to me when I was reading it, and I don't mean to cause any offence to anybody who wrote it, but it wasn't exciting me, if you know what I mean. And what we're really trying to do is trying to excite people in the city and bring them back in, and make people realise the opportunity that has been provided in the Central City. And as was mentioned before, there has been a huge amount of investment into the city, especially around the Central City, the promenade and all those places, the private investment and whatnot. And that's been really good to see, and it has delivered some really good results. But and it was also said before that some of the major issues around the Central City that are popping up, and from time and time, report after report, the one or 2 things that keep popping up is accessibility, car parking, residential people living in the Central City, and jobs within the Central City. And there's very limited sort of levers that the council can pull. One of them is that we do have control of a whole lot of car parking spaces in the Central City, which could have provided some sort of incentive around winter as well. So hopefully, there are a lot of options that still could be looked at. I'm still in favour of pulling some of those if we could, but it would be a tough decision to make eventually. But yeah, I'm not going to also support the committee recommendation. I will support the foreshadowed motion because, again, I don't want to send the signal to say we're just going to decline the establishment of anything to do with the Central City. We need to do some more work on it. I totally agree. But I don't want to send the signal to Christchurch to say that the City Council is just declining something to do with the Central City. In my opinion, we need to do some work, get the people around the table, including the person who spoke here today, sort out what the actual issues are, what levers this council can pull and can't pull, and then work on a plan through the Central City Action Plan to get it done.
Sarah?
Thanks. As the deputation pointed out today, increased footfall in the Central City doesn't necessarily translate into increased business, and something else is needed. I'd like to add a few words at the end of the current resolution, either by amendment or agreement with the mover and seconder, because currently it makes it look like the Development Forum is purely a monitoring body. So I'd like to just add in with the note there that that we'd love them to provide the advice and ideas on the Central City activation, like they would normally. So just by adding continues to monitor progress in the Central City and provides advice and ideas on Central City activation as they arise, or something like that.
Just as a point of order, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
that's what we have done. We sent the action plan, and the council keeps not actioning the action points. So that's why I want to work with the stakeholders to come up with something different, because doing that exact thing hasn't resulted. So I don't mean to be difficult with that, but I can't see the point.
Currently, it just says monitor, and I think that's the wrong message to send. So I was just adding, to provide advice and ideas on central city activation as required, as they arise, or something like that. If not, that's fine.
Glenn, what do you think?
I guess it's just making explicit.
Yeah. It's just making explicit what they do, rather than just half their function currently.
Yeah, I'm happy for that to be added.
So, to provide advice and ideas on central city activation as they arise.
To council.
Yeah, or to this committee, or yeah.
Yes, I think the point is we are open for proposals.
Absolutely, that's it. I just like to make that really clear.
You don't need a resolution to do that.
Because it just looked a bit kind of blunt.
Well, sometimes blunt is good. Okay, so...
That's it.
Yeah. Anne and then Vicky.
I'd like to reinforce what Dion was saying, that I don't want to support this recommendation because the word decline seems fairly final and a bit harsh. So I would be supporting Jamie's foreshadowed motion. I think this is about relationship, and we all want a vibrant inner city, but to me it feels like it's been a wee bit of one-way street. So I'd really love the discussion, the conversation to be had with retailers about how they could perhaps be a bit more flexible with their opening hours to take advantage of the people that are coming in for all the events that we've organised. I realise it's a financial issue. However, other countries in the world have opened later and stay open in the evenings. I think there are opportunities for that to happen here. So I would like to challenge the retailers to be a little bit more open to those sorts of ideas, and I hope that Jamie's committee will actually work on that a bit. So I will be supporting Jamie's foreshadowed motion.
Thank you. Vicky?
The reason I will be supporting your amendment, amendment, is that I don't think the proposal was a good one, just to be incredibly blunt. Only 80,000 of it goes into small-scale events, and the difficulty I have with it is that I think there are way more exciting possibilities that could be there. I don't think for a moment that the only good ideas that will come up in relation to cool things that will happen in the central city will be from retailers or from the business community. They very often come up from all sorts of people who want to do all sorts of things. Some will come up from the retailers, and Richard Peebles has had a number of good ideas that he's talked about that would be incredibly easy actually to fund. We have an event seeding fund, we have an innovation and sustainability fund that could possibly be used for something quite innovative. But when I read this, I wanted to get excited about the proposal, but I failed to, and then when I saw what the money was actually going to, it just left me completely cold, because it doesn't actually achieve what we want to achieve, and that's the difficulty I have with it. So I would say we are open for great ideas about making things happen in the central city at any stage, in a range of venues that we have in terms of which committees deal with them. And we'd love to hear those from anybody, not just the Development Forum, but from anybody. But this is not it. So I will support your amendment.
Okay. Anyone else? Aaron?
Yeah, I'll support Anne, who's supporting Down, who's supporting Jamie. It's around, a lot of it's around the deputation this morning. There's a key point raised on page 2 around the low-hanging fruit. And so just a discussion that can be had about which ones of those can be picked up. There's the obvious ones there, and I will just mention one of them, and that's the completion of the anchor projects. Like, the sooner that the court theatres in town, and those thousands of people per year coming to town, because a lot will go for dinner, they'll shop, they'll do other things, those kind of projects. and I walked around the convention centre today. I'm proud to announce that the first panes of glass are going up on the building, so that's a great sign to see it starting to close in. Like, this is genuine progress that's happening in the city. I've posted it on my Facebook page. I challenge everyone else to do the same, because it's those posts and people going to town and getting excited about the great stuff that happens in the city that will bring people back in, not so much having the negative conversations, but the positive ones. And yesterday in Market Square, it was packed with a Waitangi Day celebration. That is the stuff that brings the vibrancy to the inner city. And then there was the Katari announcement of the waka rowing on the Otakaro River, which is going to set us apart from other cultural destinations in this country, because that is incredibly unique, and it's those experiences and those things coming to our inner city that are going to make the changes. So the more we as an organisation can facilitate that and drive them ahead quicker rather than ever put up barriers, will be what will deliver the successful city that we all dream of.
Okay. Anyone left? Jimmy.
Yeah, I support the committee the recommendation. The reason is actually, like Mayor, and some other council already mentioned, back to the long-term plan and also the annual plan, we already got the funding to the Christchurch NZ, Central City Business Association, and also we did have the kind of rates relief before. That's true, that's a fact. But if we break down those $280,000, particularly in here, but some of the, the category I doubt. $100,000 strategic marketing campaign, Christchurch NZ, I don't think so. They didn't have budget that can do it. Because we're going to huge amount to the Christchurch NZ. Why we need additional one? I doubt. That's there to promote exploration, That's there the current existing the responsibility. Why need to additional one? Another one is $30,000 local marketing. I'm not sure why is the council the responsibility. We're going to find into the Central City Business Association why they cannot take the more positive the law ability to do this one, rather than from the ratepayer to pay the actual one. It's difficult to approve. And the other one I don't need to describe so detail. But if we review those last year all the requests, particularly in here, we should be focused on the kind of the options, but including those Central City winter ballot packaging. But based on the staff report, it looks like we focus on winter the packaging as a focus. That's wrong. This winter packaging should be part of those possible the options. Otherwise, we just transfer the different focus. That's wrong. So I support the committee recommendation.
Thank you, Jimmy. Okay, well, I'll finish it off if everyone has had their say. I mean, some good discussion here. I mean, I think that there's a clear no to the $280,000 requested. As many people have said, it doesn't solve the problem. And quite frankly, all these agencies and various groups have got the funding to do the work, and that's actually their job. And I worry when we constantly keep getting calls for new funding, when in fact they're funded to do this exact work in the first place. In terms of the resolutions here, look, we don't need a resolution to have a meeting and make a good proposal. So, I mean, that's kind of by the by. The council is heavily invested in the central city. We've got $1 billion worth of projects ready to go right now in the central city. As Jamie noted, the problem is residential development in the central city. It hasn't happened. That's how you can get people here on a sustainable basis. The rest of it will come. I mean, as Aaron said, I was out in the square yesterday. People are giving such positive feedback about what's going on in the central city. A lot of them are still coming back in from, years ago. We've got the town hall opening in a month. Things are going actually pretty well. We've got the arts festival coming here in the winter. So I think, really what worries me is that we're constantly micromanaging the central city. The council doesn't own the central city. Our job is to provide the basic infrastructure, deliver the anchor projects, and in a way get out of the way of the private and community sector to get on and do stuff. And I'm worried that people always think, go and ask the council for money when they need something to be done. And I think that's something, just as we ask the Crown to sort of, you know, get out of our face in the central city, we need to pull back a little bit and not be seen as the place to go every time you need money for an idea. So I'm very happy with the committee recommendation as I've proposed. If that's lost, we'll go to Jamie's one. I'm pretty relaxed about that as well, and pretty happy for the development forum to keep working on proposals, and happy to consider any good ideas as they come forward. So with that, I will put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against?
No.
I think that's carried, but...
may I ask for a division on that?
Yes, you may. When are we getting our electronic screens back?
We tried it, we can't afford
it. Can't someone do an app or something?
Councillor Keown?
Yes. I mean, no.
Oh, God, we'll take the first one.
Councillor Galloway? Councillor Chan?
Yes.
Councillor Davidson?
No.
Councillor Cotter? Yes. The Mayor?
Yes.
Councillor Turner?
Yes.
Councillor Goff?
No.
Councillor Burke?
Yes.
Councillor Livingstone?
Yes.
Councillor East?
No.
Councillor Clearwater?
Yes.
Councillor Johansson?
Yes.
Councillor Swiggs?
No.
Councillor Templeton?
Yes.
And Councillor Manji?
Yes.
10 for yes and 6 for no.
Okay, thank you. Well, that's carried. Thank you very much. Okay, item 17. Bring us back down to earth.
Shall I just talk to
Yes, so we need to establish, as part of this reorganisation, the insurance subcommittee, which is the same subcommittee as we currently have at the moment. Carol?
Yeah. So with the change in committee structure, we do just need to formally re-establish the committee. Essentially, we've got the same terms of reference, including the same proposed membership, and really this is just a formality to get the committee up and running again.
Okay, moved Pauline, seconded Aaron. Any debate? I'll put the motion. All in favour say aye. Aye. Against? That's carried. Thank you very much. Item 17. No, 18. Di. Where's she gone? Oh, she's gone. Is Di not going to be here? You're up, Di.
Sorry to keep you waiting.
No, that's fine. So I asked you to bring this paper in a way as a starting point for explaining the overall position around our insurance.
Yes.
Which you've done, and it's a very good paper. And so perhaps if you could just go through the headline, which is really what insurance coverage do we have, above ground, below ground, and just give a brief summary.
Okay. This does reflect the insurance that you as council signed off on in June and in August of last year. So this, nothing's changed yet. We don't change it again until June. And as the Chair just said, it's split into the above ground and below ground cover. Now, the point to note with both below and above ground is that we are not actually fully insured for either our above or below, and that's largely because it's not possible to get that much, but also too, when taking insurance cover, you have to try and assess what you think the maximum loss will be. Now, in order to help us with that, we're currently engaging RMS, who are an American firm like GNS Science, but bigger and wider, and they do more modelling, and we've engaged them to do some assessment for us so that when we come to place the insurance cover again in June, we have a better feel for what our maximum loss would be in the event of a earthquake on the Alpine Fault. But for now we have, and if you look at 0.5, that's our above ground cover, and this is some work that Adrian has done, and thank you Adrian for that. And you can see it's split into our the bit we self-cover, the bit that's covered only for fire, and the all other perils. And if I just draw your attention to the all other perils, that's the bit that's worth 2.5 million that we have 1.6 million of cover for, so it's on a first loss basis.
So just say those numbers again. 3.5.
I was hoping if I went quick you wouldn't. 2.5 is our total above ground
billion, yeah.
value, and we have 1.6 million of cover on it, and that is on a first loss basis. So in essence we are covered up to $1.6 million worth of damage.
Billion.
It says million here. Yes, I think, no, it actually says 2,510, so it's, you're right, it's 2.5 billion. 2,510 million, and we have 1,600 million of cover. Yes. The point is we're not fully insured, we can't get full cover, but all of our buildings that have been repaired to a higher standard than what we had in the past. So while it is a risk, it's a risk that council has to live with, and which, as I said, this reporting that RMS are doing is will help us to quantify it as to what the exposure is. We also have other buildings there that we cover for only for fire, and we've brought that to your attention before, and those are things like Provincial Chamber and our council building that are still not repaired from last time. And then lastly, we have a very small amount, which values of below 200,000 each, that we self-insure for. So that's the position for the above ground. The position for the below ground is, this is the one where the Crown provides up to 60% of funding if we as council can show that we can meet the 40% cover. And again, the insurance cover there is 6.6% of the value. We're self-covering 33% of that, and 60% met by the Crown. Now, in the event of minor damage, we're well placed. In the event of major damage where we exceeded our insurance capacity, we actually have a bigger issue than not having enough insurance for it, and it would be something that would have to be addressed at the time.
Hey, was that it? Okay, well that's somebody's verdict on the insurance.
All I can say is we are seeking more information so that we have a clearer view of what we know what we're covered for. We don't know exactly what our exposure might be, and that's the work we've asked RMS to do for us for this year. It also ties into the work that Mike Galuli's doing as part of his bigger picture and as part of the bigger council scene, city scene.
Okay, can you go back to 5.3?
Yes.
Where you're talking about the cover on a first loss basis.
Yes.
Can you just expand on that?
Well, it's just to repeat what I said before, our insurance cover is worth 1.6 billion. Our total assets are worth 2.5 billion. So we have, in the event of a total loss, we have a shortfall.
Yes.
We would equally have a shortfall on our below ground cover. Although we have steadily increased our insurance cover each year, and we have, as the markets become more comfortable with the city's position, it is still not possible at the moment to actually get sufficient cover to fully cover for everything. But the other question to ask is that the best position to be in? Insurance is very expensive. What we are working on this year is going, rather than trying to take as much cover as we can, what cover ought we to have? And that's the paper that we will be bringing back to council once the piece of work has been done.
Yeah. So basically, you never insure your full asset base. You insure on the probability of loss.
I mean, we used to before the earthquake when cover was readily available and not very expensive, but it's not the way to go. It's part of it is improving the condition of your assets, which we've done. The building code's been improved. They're built to a higher standard. and we send more information across to the insurers so that they know exactly what they're covering, and we've done all we can to reduce the chance of loss on our new buildings.
Okie dokie. Any questions, Yanni?
That last point that you've made is that we do all we can to reduce the loss on our new buildings. Some of us are struggling to get funding for resilient type foundations that mean in another event we don't have to go through a complicated insurance settlement. So I'm just not quite sure how the insurance aspect is talking to the built aspect, so that when we're doing these things we do actually build on a level of resilience.
When you say some of us are struggling, I'm not. Can you just expand on that?
A power library, pretty modest facility.
Yes.
Yeah. So a power library, which is a pretty modest facility, we've had to reduce the budget for the foundations in terms of resilience because it's seen as, you know, an ability to be able to be done. It just worries me that in our design of our new buildings, we're not building in a level of resilience that we should, to mean that we won't need to use the insurance. So I just kind of want to understand how the insurance aspect is kind of communicating to the facilities, so that when we do that, we can consider what the risks are.
We are talking to our engineers for the larger buildings, the ones that are currently being designed, with that exact same thing, and putting them in touch with the insurers and with the insurers' own engineers, so that there is better communication between them as to what level of foundation can be insured and what difference does it make. So we are having that discussion right now on the larger buildings that are being built. I mean, the smaller ones, it's not always possible, but the smaller ones, the real risk and exposure is around the bigger council buildings, and that's where the focus is going.
So, I mean, things like the idea of taking the money that we'd be paying on insurance and putting it into some sort of resilience fund to improve the resiliency of our built infrastructure, is that something that we've considered, a bit like what Orion did with their network? So rather than paying lots of money on insurance, we actually look at a number of buildings and say, actually, if we put the money into making them resilient, that's a better investment.
I think in a way that's exactly what is happening, because for starters, capital, not OPEX, which is cheaper, but it is what's happening on the larger buildings. Not perhaps in the way that Orion went about physically not taking cover and making the conscious effort to build up their infrastructure, but with the work that's going on, it is exactly what is happening.
Okay. And just the two final questions. One is the QS. I'm really heartened. I think one of the issues previously has been the way we've done valuations. You do refer in the report that we're actually getting quantity surveyors in 5.7,
yes,
assessing our key buildings, so we can have confidence. So just can you just take me through if we've done all that QS work, or whether there's still an outstanding quantum to go?
No, each time we get the assets revalued, we ask the quantity surveyor to check specific assets agreed with the valuer on the ones that will benefit from that input, as opposed to the ones that won't. So it's been something that's been in place now for the last 1, 2, 3, 4, I don't know, Adrian, 4 or 5 years of insurance valuations.
Right.
Yep.
So I'm just trying to understand, is there a gap between having the QS information about and the valuation for what these facilities are worth to replace, or not? Have they all been done?
They've been done.
Right.
They have been done since. It's not like we're working progressively across. We had the ones that needed valuing done with a QS from 2014 on, and when it was redone again, because remember, insurance is done in 2 interim years by way of a desktop, and then the full city assets are revalued again every 3 years, and it's been done now. So that would be 2 whole rounds. Yes, plus 2 complete rounds of insurance, plus the interim years with desktop.
Okay, great. And the final question was just in regards to leaky building exposure. Do we have cover for developments that are being done in terms of leaky buildings?
The only exposure we have around leaky building could be for ancient sort of buildings that were built some time ago, in which the leaky building exposure is being found, but current policies do not offer leaky building cover.
Right, but we do have it for existing buildings.
Well, they'd have to be very old buildings. Chris is jumping up and down over there.
We do have cover for leaky buildings under our PI policy, but it's for buildings since the termination of the risk pool cover only.
So for buildings that others build that we consent, we've got some indemnity cover. For our own buildings, we do as well. Okay.
Glenn?
Have we looked at catastrophe bonds as what?
Yes, we have. We've looked at them twice
Yep.
as an alternative. Particularly for earthquakes, where we've come unstuck is that if you want a catastrophe bond, you have to define exactly what it's covered for and exactly what area. And although we've spoken to the engineers, we can't get them to tell us exactly where we put the monitors, exactly how much ground shaking or vertical change we're covered for, exactly the size of the earthquake cover. And unless you can define it reasonably well, then you could have, for example, you could be covered for something up to, I don't know, 7.2, and if it was 7.1, you wouldn't be covered. So it's very hard to actually define it.
You can. Anne's not here, but she's on the AF8 group. I wonder whether that's something they would look at for.
Who, sorry?
Anne Columbus. She's told us she's on. Sorry? Yeah.
To come up with the resilience and risk finance stuff, I wanted to move an amendment because we're only going to receive the report, and I think we should call out the resilience and risk finance section of the report and ask for that further work be done and reported back through perhaps the insurance subcommittee that we've just established.
Yep. Vicky?
Thanks, Diane. Just in relation to the comments that you've got in 5.10 and 11. So the current value of the infrastructure assets below the ground is 7.2 billion.
Yes.
And 480 million of insurance is available, and then in the 5.10 it says that provides, this policy provides full replacement cover for the 3 waters underground infrastructure.
No, what I'm saying is for underground, we're only liable for 40% of the rest. Under the government's current policy, it will cover up to 60%.
Right.
We can show we can meet 40%.
So
now,
480 million is 40% of the value of the 3 waters?
That's 6.6%. It's not possible to get cover for the value of our assets. It's not possible to get that. Therefore, we're relying on our balance sheet in the event of a significant loss.
So we don't. So that's why the middle sentence in 5.10 was a wee bit misleading when it says this policy provides full replacement cover for the 3 waters underground infrastructure. We don't have anything like that, do we? Because that's our underground assets, which are really, really hard to insure, and we can't.
We don't have full cover. The cover we've got does give full cover up to that value.
I think it's that policy covers it, but that policy is only for 480 million.
Yes. Yes. I mean, similarly, 5.1 is slightly misleading as well, in the sense, and that's why I drew it to your attention that it's actually not covering the full 2.5
Yeah, no,
million.
I get that. So in the event that something happens and there's the fault line goes, then there's about 2.4 billion that wouldn't be covered by anybody of underground assets.
Potentially, yes, but part of what we're trying to work on, we're doing above ground this year, and we're working with Mike Gallerly to look at below ground next year, is to try to get a feeling for, in the event of an alpine fault, what is the range of councils cover. Now, the reason we've gone to RMS as opposed to GNS is because RMS, after talking to them both, are far more sophisticated in their modelling. They have access to wider information, whereas GNS is a little more narrow.
Right. And the 5.9, where you say the Crown will provide 60% of the cost of reinstating damaged horizontal infrastructure assets. So if the alpine fault goes, has the Crown actually got the capacity to deal with 60% of 2/3 of New Zealand?
Probably not. I mean, to be honest, who would know, because we don't know what the extent of the loss would be. But the point is, we can't actually cover ourselves to fill the gap either. And that's part of why, since the earthquake, so much work has gone into building things stronger and better,
Yeah, no,
using
I
better materials.
totally get that.
I don't know whether Dave would have something that he would add to it, but in essence it's trying to shift the loss by other means.
I totally get this. I just wondered if there were other things embedded in here that we perhaps weren't aware of. Just in terms of the Crown providing 60% of the cost of reinstating damaged horizontal infrastructure, is there a priority order, or is it just first and best dressed, or is the Civil Defence Emergency Plan absolutely silent on that?
It is absolutely silent.
Absolutely silent.
Yeah, we've been through it once, so we kind of know how it works.
Well,
I mean, to give you an example,
except
if you
it was
think
more
of
localised.
the HI, the total project was about 2.9 billion. The Crown was 1.7. We were 1.1, and you know, the value of our assets obviously is pretty huge, but you know, the chances of a total loss are pretty. If you get to that point, none of us are going to be here. So it's.
No, I was more concerned about what happens when the Alpine Folder goes and the whole South Island and a big chunk of Wellington's gone with it. Then the Crown's 60% of reinstating that will be really interesting.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So it's just completely silent on it.
Yes.
As you would be. If
I mean, the previous government did review this, but it didn't finish up anyway. Phil?
There has been talk of changing it, but nothing's been changed to date. It still sits at that. And as I said, that's why we take other means to try to reduce our loss.
Thanks for your report, Diane. It's extremely important. And just the questions you raise at the end of it, I'm glad we're having there's going to be more information coming to us. But one of the questions you raise there is, are the right assets insured to the right limits against the right perils? And I guess we're talking about well, clearly the Alpine Fault is an obvious one, especially because we got a wee reminder a few minutes ago. But I'm just wondering about the more gradual one, sort of perils, like, for example, climate change, and particularly how much we can rely on insurance to cover sort of those future-related costs, whether it's fire risk or sea level rise and inundation and those kind of things. I'm just wondering.
I don't think insurance covers climate change, to be honest. I think it probably falls into the act of God category.
So areas affected by sea level rise, including people's housing, potentially wouldn't be covered.
No, it's not covered, and that's again why we need to look at other things, and that's partly why, you know, we need to be discussing with the Crown what the policy is as far as what each council's approach is to trying to reduce its exposure. But insurance is never the best. I mean, insurance is like what you use when all else has failed, isn't it? When you've taken all reasonable care, done what you can to reduce your exposure, insurance is what's left.
Thanks, Di.
Any other questions?
At the Climate Conference, there was a presentation by the insurance companies on the risk that they faced from climate change, and they've pointed out all the areas of New Zealand that are subject to it. The difficulty was when I was listening to them, I was sitting with a group of bankers, and they were saying, I don't know why these guys are worried. They've got the policy for a year. We've got the mortgage for 25 years at least. It's way more of a problem for us.
I mean, it's a huge cost, and it's obviously something that, as you say, I know it's part of our policy going forward, but equally we need to be working out, when I say policy, I don't mean insurance, I mean it's part of our long-term plan of what we're working towards. But it's a huge exposure for the whole of New Zealand, unless you're on the hills.
Okay, well, thanks, Di. This is, you know, it's as Phil noted, it's a very important area. It's no longer just a static thing. Insurance is something you've got to monitor and keep looking at every year as the world changes. And it's good that resilience and risk finance work is being done, and the Mayor's requested an additional resolution there, which I'm quite happy with. So I'm happy to move that resolution, that we receive the information in the report and request further work to be done on the resilience and risk finance, and for staff to report back through the insurance subcommittee. Happy to second. Seconded the Mayor. Any debate? I'll put the motion. All in favour say aye. Aye. Against? That's carried. Thank you, Di. Very good. Okay, we have a resolution to exclude the public. Happy to move. Seconded Andrew. put the motion. All in favour say aye. Aye. Against, that's carried. Okay, thanks everyone. We're going to take a 10-minute break. Stretch your legs. We'll come back at 3:45 on the dot.